Hello. Good afternoon, Barry. You smooth-talking criminal. You might just stay as the best half of the comms team. I've got something playing in the background. I've got like 1,800 windows open, so I need to figure out which one it is that is actually playing the audio, which is annoying
Yeah.
me right now. So bear with me a second.
Right. Well, let's do that. I'll just keep everyone a bit entertained.
You do that.
How's everyone doing today? We're here today at Kyalami. I think that's how you say it anyway. Sounds like a type of meat. I thought about that earlier. It's like, what are you eating? Kyalami sandwich. Oh, nice. Um, but yeah, no. So we're here today for the 4-hour endurance of the mini endurance championships. It's round one of the 2025 season. So we are here today. We have got 41 cars out on track today, an absolutely astronomical amount of cars. A 44, may I add? Sorry, it's absolutely crazy. Everyone now is coming out into the track for the official practice. So we've got some big names out here today on the grid. I'll just read out a couple ones. So we have for the TOGA Esports Kai Samuel. He's 15 years old, British driver. He has a strong heritage in Barbadia. Yeah, so we've got him. He is on his own for the 4 hours, so that's going to be. I couldn't personally do it, but he's going to be trying to keep it on track, keep his eyes open for this 4-hour endurance. Next up, we've got a lot of TOGA out here today. 135, that car there. That'll be driven by Jordan McGonigal and Callum Jones. So them two are going to be sharing the two 4-hour stints together. Their nickname is Eagle Squadron, so that's something there. They are under the TOGA Esports, so they'll be in the green TOGA cars. Let's read out another one. We've got a lot of Formula GTRL, so FGTRL cars out there tonight. One of them is number 999. That's their nickname is Team Number 4. That is Jack Vedka and Josh Wood. Very fast them. Both 19 years old, and one of them's Danish, one of them's British. Wood is the Brit, as you can tell from the British-sounding name, I'd say. So yeah, we've got quite a lot of people out here tonight. Just trying to do it. And Mac, have you got your Windows sorted?
I'm going to say no. I've had to reinstall OBS today, and
Yeah.
So bear with me while I do this.
No worries, we're bearing.
We have qualifying starting. This is going to be absolute chaos.
Oh, absolutely. There's so many cars out on track. I think it's just going to be, carnage. People are going to be left, right, and centre. I think it's going to be quite hard to get a good lap in because there's just so many cars out on track. But I'm excited for this. This is my first ever 4-hour endurance race. So yeah, this is good. I've got my water, I've got my snacks, I've got my apples, I've got everything I need. I've got a brew.
You are more organised than I am. Can I say that? I have no organisation at all. Oh, Barry, come on! You sweet talk me and then you hit me with that. That's just right. I'm gonna have to close something down. I'm gonna have to close all my windows down and start again. Oh, that was it. Whatever it was that I just closed, that was it. Okay, you shouldn't be hearing an echo now if you were hearing an echo in the first place. But it's great to be having Rio, who has come in here and absolutely just smashed the whole commentary side of things already. So amazing.
Oh, stop it.
We absolutely have, as Rio says, we have some big names, and I know some of these drivers quite well. And I am excited to see exactly who is going to be P1 because I've been watching a little bit of the practice. Now, if you have been in the practice, interesting. We've got Henri. Henri, your livery is fixed, my friend. Beautifully done. First over the line with the TOGA Academy car. And next over the line is one of the people I was actually talking about, Mr. Callum Jones, Mr. Smooth Criminal himself. In the TOGA Esports car, in the Mustang, he can drive any car, but the Mustang, he just seems to be a whisperer of it.
Oh, absolutely.
amazing. Him and
I've seen
Jordan.
it. I've seen him out there. He's
Oh,
amazing.
honestly, I wish I could be like him. I genuinely do. You know, sometimes where they say don't meet your heroes. I have. Not obviously in real life, but this guy is amazing. He's such a down-to-earth person. Wants to help everybody he can. And Jordan, the mad Scotsman who is with him, is a phenomenal racer as well. He is so subdued about his driving skills, and he really should have a little bit more. I want to say confidence, but can we say Mr. Gamoff in the Lambo has just absolutely knocked everybody off the spot with a 140.3 already? Absolutely
Yeah, well,
outstanding.
absolutely. He's got fastest of Sector 2. Funny enough, though, Senna. That's an ancient name for Senna. That's
Oh.
brilliant. Senna in the top 5. It's bringing me back to the glory days. Senna in the top 5. P6 now with the fastest first sector, and then it's Southcott in the 316 car. That is Chris Southcott with the fastest third sector. So the fastest lap so far is it's Gamow still. That McLaren Lamborghini is really able to just absolutely send it around this track here at astronomical speeds. You know, that 1 minute 40.3 is a fast lap. Callum Jones, there you go. He is. The top 3 are under a tenth of each other. Oh my!
I think Pajacek maybe joining him, P7 at the moment, just coming over the line in the McLaren. He's lost a little bit of time. He was gambling to be P1 Southcott. Chris Southcott from Stone Cold Racing. I have missed saying those racing team names. Absolutely slots his Mustang. A lot of Mustangs, a lot of Ferraris, a few Mercedes. I mean, I love the
Senna goes
Mercedes.
provisional pole.
Wow.
May I add?
Oh, he gets knocked.
No. Oh my! This is so incredibly tight at the front. Wow. Oh my. 1 minute you think one person's on provisional pole. The next minute, you know, Senna's on. Then it's Southcott. Then it's Jones. Then it's Jordan. It's just absolutely. I haven't seen anything like this before.
It's phenomenal. You just can't catch your breath. I mean, 30 minutes sounds like a long time. It's not. It's absolutely not. By the time you get round your warm-up lap and actually get onto a racing lap, you know, you're looking at, you know, 3 minutes almost? Just over 3 minutes. So, not long at all. I'm just having a look further down. Fiore was looking pretty good in the MR Reparto coaching car. Unfortunately, their livery hasn't loaded for some reason, but he's 4/10 up at the moment as he goes past the curb of death, down to the final left-hander, and at the moment, 6/10, losing a lot of time in the last corner there, unfortunately. Hunter Davis, who we know very well from TOGA, but also from Formula GT, down in P14 at the minute. That American knows how to drive cars as well.
Oh, 100%. He's almost 2/10 up on his lap so far. That'll slot him in to 13th position. But, that Luigi Luongo in the Ferrari, that Italian driver. God, he's an Italian in an Italian car. That's brilliant. He's in P10 at the minute, just gone over the line. But yeah, no, this is... honestly, this is actually crazy. Dobos is still on provisional pole so far. That is in the Takota Esports team. I haven't heard of Takota yet, but I'm sure I'll be saying about it a lot more in the future.
Oh, yes. And can I say there's one person I am actually quite surprised who's sitting in 15th at the moment, and he has got the livery that he ran before. Now, I think it was last year, or maybe I think it was the year before. Him and Owen and I can't remember the third person were fighting to the very last lap on the last race of, and I can't remember the name of the championship, Mr. Kiko Gallo. The man was incredible in the McLaren, and that livery looks absolutely stunning. He is in that Ford Mustang. There is one livery, and if I can find it, I will absolutely be showcasing it because it's amazing. But yeah, if I find it, I will say it. I can't believe Callum Jones in P5 at the moment. How quick we have one car in 139s already.
Oh, absolutely. You know, these drivers are on next level, and still all of the top five are improving. I can't see any negative delta on any of their laps. You know,
No.
Callum's up by a tenth and a half now, just under a tenth now. Gamov is on neutral with his pace. Southcott's up there. Senna's looking to be up. Literally all of them are looking to improve still. The fastest lap so far is Dobos with the 1 minute 39.972. He's got the fastest second sector and third sector. The the fastest first sector is the man down in P11. That is Lucas Cedar.
Who were actually on board with a beautiful peach-coloured Porsche. 2 tenths up, almost 3 tenths. Now, can he get a good drive out? Yeah, he's going to get that 2 tenths. It will put him up into P6, P7 maybe? Oh, P5. An amazing run there, so hats off on a Porsche. That is not the easiest thing to do. Are you a fan of Kyalami, Rio?
To be honest, I haven't really driven it a lot myself. Fairly new to ACC, these type of tracks. But no, it seems like one of the greatest tracks that I've read up a bit about, and no, it's got a really good history on it. It's just something that I really love.
Yeah. I have a very small confession. I used to hate it. Like, I would avoid any races that had Kyalami in it. But I actually, and it does just down to me being a terrible driver. It was nothing to do with the track. And I persevered, and I absolutely love the track. Not only is it an amazing track, it's a historic track. It's a very old track as well.
Absolutely.
And it's also one of the most picturesque at sunset. When you're coming and there's no lighting apart from a little haze in the background of the city, there's nothing. It's just beautiful. So be prepared for what is going to be very, very picturesque and very, very many views. I'm going to catch up with the chat now that I've actually got things almost running the way they should be. Apologies for that.
Ben and Jake on TikTok. The way how you can join is by going into the bio. We have a link tree. If you manually type that in, we'll have to get a link sorted for that, so it's easier to click on. But
funny you say that. Carry on.
If you go, there you go. If you go into the link tree, you'll be able to see a Discord link for the invite to TOGA Motorsport's official Discord. If you join that, you'll be able to race with us from here in the future.
I happen to have a little video that I did a while ago on YouTube, which actually, can I? Let's see if I can paste a link. That video will tell you exactly how to join with us. It is a PC only at the moment, so if you are on console, apologies, but we are not quite there yet with that. But yeah, I mean, come along if you've got Discord, even better. And we're a very, very friendly community overall. A huge shout out to the plethora, what a word, plethora of people. Luix, Simracing, Claudian, Cairo Samuel, Michael Romanoli, Lamarini, and La Longo. Thank you very much.
It's a lot of vowels.
There's a lot of vowels there. Like, could we get some consonants at some point? Thank you very much for all of you on Twitch for following. We absolutely love it. You've actually smashed us through 800 followers on Twitch, so thank you so much for the love. But yeah, Barry, they do have some of the corner names in Kyalami are absolutely immense. They are just like, I think that is what the whole personality, persona, and the sense of humour the country has. I think that's why all corners are named the way they are.
Oh yeah, it's a great track. I just want to put out there a little shout out to a guy that I know from the Isle of Man. He's tuning in actually. He's in his living room on his TV. Nice. Just sent me a picture of him tuning in for TOGA. Lincoln Bevan is out there. Yeah, I just want to put that out there and say thank you for tuning in.
Thank you very much.
Back to the racing though. Yeah, we're seeing Southcott in P1 so far. It's 16 minutes remaining for qualifying, but if you look there, 5 thousandths of a second between him and Dobos. That is immense. And yeah, I have no idea. I actually still don't know who's going to be on pole here. It's so close between it all. Like, what? Top 5, top 6?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Sorry, Hayden. Let me know what's wrong for driver of the day. Do you need me to move it? Let me actually activate driver of the day. Oh, that's not good. One huge shout out to one of the nicest gentlemen I know from Switzerland. He is on screen at the moment, Mr. Peter Romeo. He has not been racing lately as he was moving apartment. He is just an absolute gentleman, and he actually has a move coined after his name, which hopefully we might see at some point. So Peter came through from season 5 of Rookies, and is just him and Aston Martin are literally symbiotically connected, is the only way I can describe it.
Well, sadly, I haven't been here for so long that I can sort of experience that type of thing, but I'm sure that we'll be able to see some special driving from a lot of drivers out here today.
Absolutely.
I just want to say as well, Martin Varga, the man in P22, he is, I'm pretty sure, the rookie champion of this year. He's up 2 tenths at the minute, so he's looking to go up to, where's that? P21, P20, around there.
He's, I think he must be on an outlap by the looks of it.
Potentially, yeah. I was actually quite surprised with Martin. I wouldn't expected him to be where he is, but bear in mind that is what, about half the fields. We've got a 44 car grid, so you know what, the fact that you can start it in slap bang in the middle is still very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to shout out to Kieran Macy as well. I raced with Kieran in one of the championships, an absolute gentleman, very young guy, but so absolutely knows how to drive a car, racing in the Formula GT colours today, down in 21st. That is nothing to be shabby about. Kieran used to race in the McLaren, so giving his hand to the beautiful sounding Mustang.
Yeah, that Mustang is lovely. I love the. I think that's got a V8 in it, isn't it?
It has a V8. Yeah.
Very, very heavy, grudgy, but it's just lovely. It's definitely, how do I say this? American. It's literally American in a car. It's, you know, it's loud, it's talky, it's really nice. As well though, I personally really like the sounds of the Aston.
Yeah.
I love that Aston. It's just a lovely car. If I go out, I usually drive with it because I find that the Aston's braking is really good. You're really able to get it stopped as you're going into the corners, pivot the car, and it will just stick and slow down.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing the top 6 at the moment are all green. I think Verhulst, who again haven't said his name very often lately, but it's great to see him in here. I think it's a glitch on race control. There's no way he can be 4.5 seconds faster than everybody else at the moment.
Okay, 8 seconds faster now.
Yeah, that would be some time to say it, wouldn't it?
That's a brilliance at the time.
As you said earlier on, Rio, we've got P9 is the fastest in Sector 1. Pole position at the moment is fastest in Sector 2, and Dobos in P2 is fastest in Sector 3. So nobody actually lighting up all 3 sectors in one lap.
Yeah, it's very much quite a distinct grid so far. Everyone's very much faster in one place and then there's, you know, the likes of Southcott, the man on pole position so far. He's fastest in Sector 2, but then you've got Dobos who's faster in Sector 3, and then all the way down in P5, that's Senna. Still can't get over that name, it's amazing. The man down in P5, he's fastest in Sector 1. So it's very much a wide range of speeds, and I think it's just a preference of certain corners and certain speeds and things like that you can True. It's all down to driving style, I think.
Absolutely. And if we even look at the so, the fastest man, as you say, is now Senna in the Mustang, and then P1 is a Mustang, and Dobos is in a Ferrari. So it's not a track suited specifically to one car. I think it's a technical track that multiple cars can get a benefit from. You've got long, fast straights, you've got tight twist turns where you're having to move the entire body weight of the car as quickly as you can without losing control. It's a real joy to watch these drivers.
Oh, absolutely. We've got big names here as well, the likes of Southcott and Dobos, and it's very much a esports. Oh, I thought Southcott might have lost it there for a second, but no, he was just able to, I think, balance that car on the edge of the limit of grip there, and that's something as well that you see a lot here with these drivers. They have so much car control. They're really able to just whack it in, and know that they can absolutely keep it on that limit of grip. It's just something that their skill is just so high. I can't even get the words out to sort of talk about their skill, because you just can't, can you?
No.
You see these drivers and you think, oh, they're sitting, 1 minute 39.7. That's Southcott's fastest time. Well, okay, if I go out, I'm probably going to get seconds off of that lap time, because I personally I'm okay at the game, but I'm not great.
Yep.
The average driver is going to be seconds off of this. You think of all these drivers here. How many would absolutely smash everyone in? And I don't mean literally. I mean like absolutely clear. Yeah. In online lobbies, you're probably thinking all of them, even the likes of Paul Mancunian. That Toga Esports driver, he's down there in 40th. But I've seen him, and I've seen how he drives. He is amazing. You've got the likes of Mitch Sterenberger in P29. He's a great driver as well.
Yep.
And I'm not just saying about the Toga ones. They're just the people I know. But yeah, no, it's the level of the field is unmatched. This is something that I've definitely found as well. Toga, I'm not trying to sort of suck up to it as much as I'd love to. It's one of a kind, guys. I don't think you guys actually understand. It's something that it's just so unique. I've been here for less than a month, and I've loved every second of it. Every day I wake up and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll do commentary for Toga, and it's definitely something that's really nice.
Yeah.
Moving on though, after that, Southcott's gone faster by a tenth.
Wow.
So that's 2 tenths between them. He's hit a 1 minute 39.757. He's stretching that gap to Dobos now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an immense lap there.
Absolutely. That's when everything clicks together, and you don't have any traffic, and it's just like somebody smiling down from heaven for you. For that, I mean, Peter Romeo is not a slow man, and he's in P7. I was actually watching Callum Jones earlier on, just as you were talking about the car control, as he comes up to the penultimate corner, which has got obviously the curb of death, is what I like to name it as. He taps a brake to get rotation into the car as he's literally sliding.
That's a Porsche off there.
It is, yep, just on the left.
Into the wall. Wow, yeah.
Yeah, just as we're watching.
Just came onto there.
Gamov just he's hitting traffic at the moment and just not getting any gap. You can see on the map on the right hand side of the screen just how many cars there are on track. This, to try and pick your way through the field, this isn't Spa where things can elongate and you can maybe time a little bit of gap ahead of you, but yeah, Kyalami, wow. To get an improved lap at this pace is just phenomenal. We've got P1 and P2 are into the 139s, but that is it. How normally the first 10, I mean, let's even go first top 20 are covered by 1 second.
Jeez. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That is
That,
immense.
yeah, that
Like
is...
that is. You can't even explain that. Like if you actually time it, right? I'll do this. Ready? 1, 2. There you go. That's top 20.
Yep.
Done. All in between that. In between where I went 1 and 2, that is 20 cars. 21 actually.
It's
yeah,
mind-boggling.
that's crazy.
Absolutely mind-boggling. And bear in mind, the difference between P1 and P2 is 2/10. So really, P2 to P20 is 8/10, which is just even more mind-boggling when you think about it. So I think we're going to see, from my experience with races and endurance races at Kyalami, driving them and commentating, there's 2 things I think really play into your hands or against you, and that's going to be back markers. Trying to get past cars is not the easiest, and when you've got back markers who are trying to race each other and look in the mirrors at the same time, very, very difficult to do. So yeah, I think back markers are going to play a huge part in this, especially when you have 20 cars that seem to be extremely close together in timings.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's going to be one of those things where, I mean, we saw last time. I was with Zeta for the Rookie Wednesdays finale, and it was very much a case of halfway through the race they started to hit that back marker level.
Yeah.
And they started to start, lapping them, and it got to a point where by the end, it was starting to get a bit of a struggle because as you make your way up the fields, you get into the faster drivers.
Yep.
And obviously, yeah, they're getting lapped, but some drivers are a little bit stubborn sometimes and think, well, you know what? No, I'm where I am in the standing, so I'm going to try and keep up with them, and it usually doesn't end well. So let's hope we can not have that today, please. And no red flags. I'd love it.
Yes.
I'd love no red flags.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be amazing to see, no red flags. I mean, the rookies are really showed every other driver that should know better in different championships. Did they have a red flag in the last one?
No, they didn't.
Rookies? Wow, a whole season of rookies without a red flag, almost unheard of. I think there's one other season I think we had where there was no red flags. Absolutely brilliant. People are still improving. I'm looking kind of down. We've got Horman, who's in P9 at the moment with that beautiful, what a slide coming out of the corner. Lost a little bit for it. Misses the curb of death. I am going to write to the Kyalami. Does anyone write anymore? No, I'm going to email the Kyalami people and ask if they can name that curb the curb of death. That would be amazing to have to say each time.
But Horman, imagine that.
Yeah, could you? Horman goes from P9 to P5. What a lap from Hajo.
Whoa.
Horman, amazing. Who's Cider? Oh, just popped himself from P10 into P5. Demotes Horman to P6. Now, I think everybody's starting to zone in that they have maybe 2 laps left to get the best lap they can, and everybody in the top 10 are green at the moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that just shows the level. I do think the timing for Verhulst is definitely
broken
wrong for some reason. I think I'm not too sure. It's just saying he's 8.5 seconds up. That is Michael Humer into the barrier there. That Mercedes back to the pits now, but yeah, just lost on the exit, I think. Yeah, that was not great for him. So, hopefully that doesn't block his confidence. And
yeah,
let's just have a little look at what he did there on the exit into the braking zone. What happens? Watching it back. Oh, we just lost it on the exit, yeah, like I said.
We're just watching Peter Romeo. He's 1.5 tenths up at the moment. They're losing a little bit of time in the last corner. Pops him from P10 to P9. I was watching him in the at the curb of death, and oh my goodness, he had that car on the limit of traction and everything else. Hunter Davis now 3/10 up as well, coming round the penultimate corner. Oh, it looked like a bit of a correction on the steering there. Lost himself nearly 3/10 and pops himself up into P5. Great lap there from Hunter Davis. That'll please Charlie no end. Dobos is shown as he was he's got an invalid lap. Oh man, he was 2/10 up. That would have
put him alongside Southcott.
Yeah, absolutely.
Potentially even faster. That's
got a yellow flag.
Heartbreaking,
yeah. So we've got Matt Jordan in the HSR. That's a beautiful livery, beautiful for the Aston. 4/10 up. He's losing a little bit of time now, but it's not too bad. P13 at the moment, up into P7. Wow, Matt Jordan on the ball with that lap as well.
Yeah, some brilliant lap times so far. I'm just looking down, I'm just seeing like 1 minute 40s, 40, 40, 42, 43, 44, 45, and it's just so close. It's it's just something crazy. I'm just at the minute I'm watching Jongen in P16. That BMW, I just gotta say, I personally really like the look of the BMWs. It's one of my favorite cars, I think.
Yeah.
But he's just really able to get that stuck on track. Seeing one of the Astons, I think that's Fior. I think that was. Yes, it was. Just pulled over back to the pits. That's qualifying done now. So yeah, we're going to be getting ready for the race soon.
I was just we're watching Ethan Davis at the moment for the CRF team, but he's actually gained a bit of time back. He's P20 at the moment, which is nothing to be ashamed of at all. He's got a huge, big V8 boat of a Mustang in front of him, but I don't think that's going to cause too many issues. McLaren is very, very nimble round here. The torque lets it down on the straight, but he's sitting 1.5, 2/10 up at the moment. Curb of death, navigated beautifully as he comes flying down, heavy on the brakes. Can he keep this going? He can. Wow, he gets a great drive out. He's looking just over 1/10 at the moment. Ethan Davis over the line and unfortunately closes the gap but doesn't improve.
Elshin down in P17. Yeah, we were looking at the same thing there. Is up by what? I think. Oh, he's just fluffed his lines there down by 0.5. Now we say 0.5 like it's like 0.5. 0.5 is you can't even time 0.5. You know,
No.
I tried it the other day actually, with a stopwatch. I was like, I wonder how low I can get. So I was doing stop, and it was you just can't, and it just shows you the level of how close everyone is.
Yeah.
You know, I couldn't even get 2/10. I think the fastest I got was 6/10. You know. And it's just crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. It is just bizarre. So I have some stats on Kyalami because, well, if you're a commentator, you love stats. But I'll go through some stats throughout the race. But what we'll do is we'll set ourselves up. I'm going to run down to the grid with a cameraman, and we're going to do a Martin Brundle esque kind of walk from the back to the front, and see how Mr. Rio does with his names. So we are ready to go whenever you are. Shellstead in Ferrari. He's not actually shown in the grid. Yep. Yep. They maybe just swap drivers. Donker Volk, yep.
Davies. P4 is Callum Jones. P3 is Ev Journey Gamov. P2 is Nico Dobos. And your man on pole, the fastest Mustang on track, the fastest car on track, may I add as well. Number 1, Chris Southcott. And breathe.
You did very well. You did very,
Oof.
very well there. That
Wow,
was
that
not
was,
an easy thing at all. Yeah, so I did pretty much my best track walk yet and realised it was on the wrong screen in OBS. So you only got the last part of it, which wasn't even the most exciting part. But you know, yeah, first day as a streamer and things like that. I know, Barry. I know. Oh, dope. Oh, yeah. So
Thomas Steele. Why is no one talking? I think it's because you may have your volume down, mate.
Yep, everything's shown as
because everything's working, so it'll be your volume. That'll be interesting.
Yep. Thank you very much, Ivegno, over on Twitch for the follow. That's very kind of you. Remember to if you're on YouTube, give it a thumbs up. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed, and notification bell for any future things that we do. If you're on Twitch,
I've just been told. Sorry, Mac. They only got to hear the last bit, like P3.
Right. Okay. Yeah,
So
I know what that is. So
there.
yeah, apologies. First time streaming here, you know. I'm not actually. I'm 8 years streaming, and you'd think I would know better by now, but you know, these things happen. So.
All right. It's okay. We'll definitely be talking about everyone from the front to the back of the grid.
Absolutely.
Oh. Gamov in P3 with a 5-second penalty before we've even started.
Wow,
that's I'm not sure what that was for.
Endurance.
And the 20-second penalty for the CRF driver at in Lost, the driver, which is Todor Gospa. Oh my days, Gospodinov.
Yep.
Wow.
So 5 seconds.
There's some long names.
I know. For Gamov is for minor contact. 20 seconds for car 93 is for major contact. So yeah, that's not how you want to start your race, but that's unfortunately how the cookie crumbles. We are going to go with Helicam to start with. It gives it a little bit better view of all the cars as they're lining up now. In their positions that are required, they will be notified that they have a 70 km/h speed limit to adhere to as they just go around curb of death corner there. Everyone now knows that's curb of death. Just let me know in the comments you know it's curb of death. Exclamation join in Twitch or YouTube on the chat will give you a link on how to join, and there's a few other commands as well which we can run through at some point. Good luck to everyone who's watching, who's racing. We are about to get ready for that green light.
So we're getting ready now for the green flag to drop, and it's any minute. The leads have crossed the line. It's green, 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 and we are away for the 4-hour endurance of 2025. It's the first round. What will follow is something that we are going to be looking at now. Southcott is leading into turn 1. Dobos is all over the rear of that Mustang, looking for the inside for that next corner. Can he make the move early on? Bear in mind, there's quite a while for everyone, as we're seeing the train of cars that follow. Gamov is looking in that Lamborghini to try and make a move on Dobos soon. Nothing he can do there, so we are waiting now for some great action to follow. It was yellow flag briefly there. Oh no, there's a yellow flag.
There is a yellow
Is
flag.
right?
180, car 180, so it's
Ooh.
way down. Yeah, we've got a car facing the wrong way. That's Stein Donkervolk, who's facing the wrong way. Possible damage to that car as well. Yeah, the bonnet is absolutely destroyed. I wonder if Stein will just come in and get that repair, because that's going to cause a lot of issues. Callum Jones up into P4. He's side by side with Hunter Davis. These two know each other probably too well, I would say, in the TOGA Esports, switching sides as they come in to the right-hander. But no, Hunter's got it. And in fact, CRF car trying to sneak past Callum as they come up towards the curb of death, which Bailey says Cheetah is better. I'm not sure, but I appreciate your comment. Wow, that was a move and a half, but unfortunately Mustang on Mustang just wasn't happening for them as we complete
absolutely.
first lap.
So that's the first lap, and you know what? People are already making moves. As we're watching Senator for the battle for P10 here, that's Senna making the move up there for the inside. It's the TOGA Motorsport driver almost hits into him. Wow, that was close, Romeo.
I think there was an extra brake used.
I think so.
Certainly was a little bit cheeky from the Ferrari, pushing the Mustang all the way to the far left. But you know, there was no contact, and at the end of the day, it's not seen as blocking. It's he was in front, so yeah, as long as he's not moving under braking, that's all we worry about. Ferrari getting very close there again. Callum Jones. Oh, sorry, on you go.
Lucas Cedar, a bit of contact between him and the McLaren of Verhulst. Cedar gets past though, and yeah, Verhulst had a bit of a moment on the exit of a corner. I'm not sure if there was any contact between the two. I'm sure that'll be looked into at some point if they're if it's deemed to have changed the race. But no, yeah. So the top three so far is Southcott, Dobos, and Gamov, with Callum Jones in there. Yeah, Jones is really up there. P4 fastest lap so far is a 1 minute 48.8. The last lap of the leader was a 1 minute 47.4. The fastest lap is from Gamov in third position. That was a 1 minute 47.1.
And Callum got past. It looked like Hunter maybe went a little bit wide, not able to keep that from happening. But we're on board with P2 Dobos at the moment, and these two behind this Mustang actually look like they've been held up a little bit. I don't want to diminish Southcott in any way, shape and form, but yeah, I actually thought 296 was getting a lot of good draft coming down the start finish, but you can see the Lamborghini hanging on from Gamov behind as well. Oh,
yeah, I mean, Gamov is very close there. Oh, did something happen?
Yeah, sorry, Hunter Davis loses 2 positions as well. Yeah, the Peach Porsche gets past, maybe a little bump of wing mirrors, but yeah, Hunter loses 2 positions down to P7.
Oh, that's not great to have, but bear in mind, it is still only, what, 5 minutes in out of the 4 hours, or 3 minutes 55 remaining, so it's a long way to go still.
Yeah.
You know, just because Southcott is leading now doesn't mean that necessarily Southcott will win. I mean, what a race if he does, but it's still anyone's game.
It looks like...
So Jordan has just taken P5, or he's battling with Cedar. I'm pretty sure. I think that's Cedar. Oh no, that's Callum Jones on Jordan. Sorry. Yeah, Jordan is all over the back of that Mustang of the TOGA Esports. So yeah, the HSR Esports Aston Martin is looking to take a move. No, that's not him. That is. Where's the BMW? It's not on my screen for some reason.
Are you?
Strange.
Are you talking about the one behind Callum?
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
that is Jordan. Sorry.
He's no, Jordan is the Aston
Oh.
Martin. The BMW is a back marker.
Ah, already. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
That makes more sense. I was looking on my screen. I was like, hang on.
Why can't I see him?
Something doesn't look right. I was like going down. I was like P5 Jordan, then it switched to the Aston. No, okay, that makes more sense.
Horman is
It's
on
me being me.
It happens. It happens. Horman on a charge up into P8 now, as he's dispatched Verhulst, and he's got the Mustang of Hunter Davis behind him. So unusual to see Hunter making mistakes. Let's see what happens, but it's no change at the front for the first top three, who are now 1.7 seconds ahead of Callum Jones.
So Parker McCloney down in P26 has made 8 positions so far.
Wow.
That's really good. Yeah, I'm just looking down. Val Thunder in P33 has made 9 positions. Yeah, that's really good so far. He's definitely on a march to get into the top 15, top 10 wise area. Martin Varga is now as well in P. Where is he? Saw him. He is in P15, so he's made 4 positions so far. He's recently signed with TOGA for some of them, but today he's racing for FGTRL Racing Team. So yeah, he'll be doing this.
I'm going to put a little bit of what in my brain is insight. I think the 296 of Dobos is better on the brakes because it doesn't have downshift protection, so you can get much better engine braking going into the corners than the Mustang. But I think the Mustang on power is what's keeping Dobos behind him. Every time he's so close, but that 296 doesn't seem to have an answer to the torque of the V8.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That Mustang is so torquey, like you say. In a straight line, it just flies like a rocket ship. And you know what? These three getting held up by the Mustang. Oh, as we see Gamov just playing mind games, I think there potentially for Dobos. But we're seeing now the top 3 unable to get past that fort of Southcott, which is allowing Callum Jones to get up there in the Mustang. So that, yeah, Callum Jones is reeling them in. Yep. And it's going to be interesting if he does, because obviously he's got the fastest lap so far of the race. He has got a 1 minute 40.5, almost a second faster than Southcott.
Yeah, he's actually now on the back bumper, just 0.9 of a second. So as they go round curb of death, everyone through cleanly. Southcott is soaking up this pressure well. He's not making any mistakes. He's just sticking to his lines. He's just doing what he's been doing for practice and qualifying. And I think certainly Dobos has thrown some lefts and rights, just baiting Southcott a little bit. As you see, Southcott went a little bit wider there, just to fend off any attack from the 296 driver.
Yeah, Dobos is, like you say, all over the back of the Mustang. I'm just looking a bit further back. Are there any close people? Martin Varga is looking to take Fior round the outside. Is just sadly not able to make the move stick. As you see a car back there off. Who was that? At the very back. Oh, is that an Aston? No, it's a Ford, I think. At the very back, just off. That is Galo. That's Kiko Galo, I think.
Oh, Kiko. Oh,
yeah,
man.
Just went off. Yeah. Oh, P27 now. P28. Oh, wow. The front of that Mustang does not look healthy. Looking like a squashed pug. Wow.
Ollie, how you doing on YouTube? Bordy, how you doing? Team Mank? Absolutely. We'll be keeping an eye on Mank throughout this. But Callum Jones right in the bumper now. This could get interesting because Callum can do whatever he wants. He has a bit of space to Jordan in that 404 Aston Martin. So Callum could really become a bit of a fly in the ointment for Gamov, and as Carl knows, is a 5-second penalty. 55 minutes for a driver stint, so maximum time a driver can be in the car is 55 minutes. So that's going to be interesting into the pit stop strategies as well later on.
Oh, definitely. I've seen a couple drivers in, I think there's, was it 2 drivers per car? So, yeah, it's going to be definitely pit stop strategies definitely coming into play. Callum Jones and Jordan McGonigal, they are, in my opinion, probably looking to be one of the stronger cars and one of the stronger lineups of the grids. Both very experienced drivers, both very fast drivers. As we're seeing here, Jones is, I think he's playing quite a smart game here. He doesn't want to get too close because of the dirty air, but he wants to keep them there. And the gap between Gamov and Jones so far is just under 0.4 of a second. And he's just, reeling them in. He's all over the back of the Lamborghini now. But he knows that, Gamov has got that 5-second penalty. So there's not much point wasting time behind him. Whereas, Dobos and Southcott are going to be getting away, as we're seeing here. The gap between Gamov and Dobos now is 0.6. So it's seeing that Gamov is dropping back. And, yeah, he's sort of going off that peak.
Yep, I'm just having a quick look. So shout out to these drivers as they are doing this 4 hours single-handedly. Jack Deluge down in 42nd. We've got Peter Shelsted in 34th. We've got Todar Gospodinov in 33rd. We have Val Thunder. We've got Junior. We've got Reese Endow. We've got Michael Humer in P14. We've got Jongen P12. We've got Horman in P8. Lucas Sider in P6. All doing this single-handedly.
You know what? Hats off to anyone that's doing that. I don't think I could. So I'm going to start off with a little bit of a fact about the track we're racing on tonight. It was originally made and created by 2 men called Harry Pierce and Dick Bremner in the mid-1950s down in, I think it was Johannesburg, South Africa. So Johannesburg is a lovely place. Well, from what I've heard anyway. And yeah, so this is where we're racing tonight. There will be more facts to come, I'm sure, with Mr. Mac here. He's a bit of a facts geek.
That is very true. That is very
from
true.
What I've heard.
Mr. Horman is up into P7, getting past Hunter Davis in that QRT Esports 318. But little gap between them, as you can just see Callum Jones disappearing in the foreground there, and the train continues. There's trains all over the place, so let's have a little look further down. We've got McInerney, who is driving for the TOGA Academy, and he currently has Val Thunder and Junior behind. So these 2 drivers behind him are doing this solo. Does fatigue come into it? Absolutely. Even the thought of having to go to the toilet, you only get 30 seconds as a pit stop unless you really don't care that much. And I can't think there'd be many drivers on this grid that wouldn't be that bothered about maybe having a couple of seconds over the time for pit stops. But at the moment, Parker has got a little bit of pressure. Let's see how the TOGA Academy driver handles it. Oh, we got a Porsche going sideways. What on earth happened there?
Oh my.
That... I'm dumbfounded. I don't even know. Oh, it was Jack Deluge. Let's have a look back and see what happened. It was on the straight as well. So he comes round. There's nobody anywhere near him. It comes down to the slight right-hander, which is actually... Oh, wait a minute. The BMW in front of him looked like it glitched right into him and pushed him off the track. That's horrible to happen.
That's unlucky.
I
Very
think
unlucky.
we have in the past actually disqualified drivers who have a very low ping, because as you see, it's not fair. It's not fair to somebody who's just driving around. And it looks like McInerney has been passed by both Val Thunder and Junior. Yeah, I don't know. Would there be much point in fighting each other? Val Thunder has a 5 second and McInerney has a 10 second. So I'm assuming that'll be for minor and major contact. Yeah, they're all kind of coming in, but most of them, and I have to say this, is position gained. So had they maybe just left things back the way they were, might not have been so harsh.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things though, isn't it? You get into scraps, you get into these little things. Van Thunder, 17 position gains so far. That's just
amazing.
Stupid. But he's got a 5 second time penalty, so that's going to come into play when he comes in for his pit stop. Or if he wants to, which I personally wouldn't, leave it to the end of the race. So yeah, this is something that he's gonna have to get done. Oh, as he almost loses the rear coming through that left-hander there. Wow, that was very close to the BMW getting rather sideways. Let's have a little look though at the top four again. What is that train looking like? They're starting to pull away from the rest cedar. You can see the peachy porch. That's peachy porch, peachy Porsche. That's a little tongue twister, that, isn't it?
It is.
They are starting to reel them in as well. You can see the Aston of Jordan starting to get closer to Callum Jones. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a very interesting race. We're already seeing these top 6 drivers start to pull away from the rest of the fields, and yeah, it's still anyone's, isn't it? It's definitely still anyone's.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're only 18 minutes into the race of a 4-hour race, so I think cold and calculated is maybe the best way to be as a driver at the moment. Just let things settle down, get your pace together, and try not to destroy your tyres before you're halfway through. But Martin Varga is being contended, and it looks like Humer was alongside him, but he doesn't. These left and rights, 1 minute you're on the inside, next minute you're on the outside, so you can never assume that the pass has been made until you actually have that car behind you in the mirror.
Yeah, that's definitely something. Going through those chicanes and things, it's definitely one of those overtakes that you need. Oh, as Varga goes off the track there, but he manages to keep that BMW on the tarmac. I don't know how. That was really drifting wide. But yeah, we're just seeing Human all over the back of Varga, and it's a really interesting battle so far. 3 seconds up the road there is Jongen in P12. So Varga, I think, is at the minute sort of holding these guys back. Humer's all over the back of him, and they're just starting to pull away.
Six car train at the moment behind Varga. So and the thing is, I've unfortunately been in this position many times. It's not the fear of one car getting past you, it's the fear of making a mistake and you end up 2 or 3 positions down. So he goes very wide of the curb of death. So that to me says that he's been very careful. But the Mercedes, we're on board looking back at the Mercedes at the moment, and Mercedes able to easily outbrake the BMW, but as you can see, a little bit of banjoing going on there at the moment as they come down to P1, and he takes a racing line. A little tentative look there from Humer, but not made. And the thing is, Humer is now starting to get caught up as well, so not only is he the attacker for this, he is also going to have to be a defender very soon.
Well, that's one of the things that you always get with trains. It's a very hard thing to break away from, because once you get a driver ahead that's slower, everyone bunches up, and then it's like, we're really compact now. Don't make a mistake, because if you make a mistake, obviously in a train, that's everyone coming past you, and when you're going for an overtake as well, one thing that usually happens is you'll go for no overtake is ever perfect. You know, there's always going to be a bit of a lock-up, or you're going to drift wide, or have a bit of a squirmy on the rear, on the exit of a corner. So, you know, you go for a late lunge, let's say, around the outside of Varga, and that car, your car, will be trying to slow itself down, get all there, get settled, and then you'll go in there. But if you overshoot it, that's just allowing everybody behind you to come back through and overtake you. And before you know it, you've lost 10 positions, and you're pretty sad.
Yeah,
absolutely. And then the man that you tried to overtake is seeing you off in the distance in his mirror. On his happy way.
Exactly. There's yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see. I mean, Gava now has got Kieran Macy on his side, actually going past, as if he's standing still. So Kieran Macy makes that pass with the big hunk of V8, as the Aston Martin of Fior is looking as if he wants to do the exact same. But Kieran Macy up into P15 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Macy's doing really well so far. 8 positions gained. His fastest lap so far is a 1 minute 41.6. That's a good lap.
That is a good lap.
Obviously, it isn't qualifying pace, which you wouldn't want. Sorry, not wouldn't want. You wouldn't expect, because obviously there's so many drivers on track. But yeah, there's definitely quite a few fast drivers out here. You know, a 1 minute 41.6, that's probably going to be my fastest lap in a practice session, you know. So the fact that these guys can do them consistently, you know, in a race is a little bit hurting my ego, but it's okay.
It's daunting. It is daunting. Cliff, I hope you're enjoying the different POVs that we're putting on just now. Trubly, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch as well. It's very much appreciated. Regardless what platform you're on, if you could give us a follow, that would be very kind, or a subscribe. That'd be amazing. We're just watching the battle with Senna and Verhulst. Verhulst looks like he's a sitting duck. McLaren versus Mustang. Oh, Verhulst pushing him very, very close to this side there. Maybe a little bit naughty. Let me know in the comments below if you think that was legitimate, or was that maybe just a little bit too aggressive. But certainly at the moment, Verhulst, it looked like Mustang was going to go for the inside there, but Verhulst, I think it's going to be only a matter of time. I think it's going to be, unfortunately, down to engineering that's going to allow Senna past.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Senna in the Mustang, a very heavy chunk of engine. Like, we always keep saying it as well, and I just need to keep reiterating. There you go. That the Mustang is obviously a lot more torquey, whereas that McLaren is a lot more nimble, and I think it's a bit lighter. I've seen it in the past. You know, I quite enjoy driving the McLaren. You're really able to get it turned in, and you just see on the exits there, the McLaren gets it, but then as soon as you get the power down and it's a straight line, the Mustang's straight back up there. So it just shows, like you say, the engineering. And that's what makes GT classes, I think, very different to, let's say, Formula 1. Because in Formula 1, everyone's got very similar cars, they've got the same engines, everything's like this, yada, 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 you know what I mean, this type of thing. Whereas in GT classes, on GT racing, it's very much, let's build the fastest race car and then race him around the track. Like, you know, it's basically like this, you know. And it's something that makes it very unique, and it helps make everything a bit more. I can't say any other word than unique, really. To be honest, that's all I can say, because that's what it is.
Exactly, it absolutely is. Humour has got past Varga, who unfortunately something that happened. Peter Romeo is trying to chase down Jongen for that position back, currently P12 for Peter there. Callum Jones has dropped off quite a bit. He's 2 seconds almost behind Gamov. I wonder if he's had an issue.
Or maybe he's trying to get out of the dirty air. That is something that's there, and you know, getting in there won't help your tyres, especially if because obviously the dirty air affects your turning.
Yep.
yeah, that definitely won't help his tyres or anything. That's something that he needs to think about and take into account for this longer race.
Yep.
I'm just looking back now into P19. It's battle for P18. 3/10 separate the two. That's Okremenko. And yeah, no, he's all over the back of that Beamer. The BMW just seems to really. I think they're fairly even in a straight line, the Merc and the Beamer, but into the corners, that TOGA car is really able to. Is that TOGA car?
It is, yes, TOGA
It's
Academy
not.
car.
Yes, it is. Sorry, yes. Yeah, that TOGA car is really able to just late braking, for people that know. And yeah, it's really able to get it done.
I have to say,
Whereas-
the Mercedes Evo. Oh, there's a little bit
Whoa.
of kissing of the bumper there. The Mercedes Evo was absolutely uprated, almost rebuilt from scratch. So it's interesting to see how well and how competitive it is. But Henri going very defensive, but he sticks to that line. It compromises him on the exit, and there you go. That's what happens, unfortunately, when you don't move under braking.
I'm pretty sure I saw a little bit of contact on the exit there
Yep.
from the Merc. I think the rear of that Mercedes just stretched out a little bit more, sort of just went, "Oi, give me a bit of room," and put his elbow across, got his elbows out.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, that's something that happens. I don't think that was on purpose.
No.
Definitely accidental. If it was on purpose, you know what? That's brilliant car control.
Yeah.
I wish I had that. You know what I mean? Imagine that. You can control, like, if you get the... Yeah,
Oh,
brilliant.
It would be amazing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely amazing. But yeah, I'm watching Callum Jones now. 1.2 seconds down from Gamov. I think it is a case of dirty air because he's keeping it within the 1.2, 1.3 range. And he's not dropping back anymore. So I think it's definitely a case of strategy, I think, between the two.
That would make sense. Callum, I mean, I couldn't do that. I couldn't control my lap times to be maybe just a tenth or 2/10 off a car ahead of me. Callum is an exceptional racer, and he does have that ability to just hold back slightly and think of the long game. I know from personal experience that all of the TOGA Academy and TOGA Esports drivers are in their own chat for the respective cars, so I have no doubt there's information being passed back and forward. And obviously, as we have already said, Gamov in P3 has got 5 seconds. As long as Callum's within that and they have a nice, smooth and clean pit stop, they will pass him under the pit stops.
Yeah, that's one of the things as well, which penalties allow. Very much a strategic mindset to this because it's 4 hours, well, 3.5 now, but it's 4 hours of racing. It's not only racing though; it's very much almost like a game of chess, and then give about a huge board with 40 different teams. Each person has got their own colour, and then it just ends up absolutely shambles. But yeah, it's very much a psychological game. It's very much a strategic game. It's very much a let's go as fast as we can, but also has the idea of, okay, let's stay calm and composed.
And I
think that's what Jones is doing at the minute.
Yep.
I think he's definitely just keeping it there, and like you say, that skill to be able to do that is unmatched.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jordan, I don't know if Jordan's going to be in the car the first round of pit stops, but Jordan's just as quick as Callum is, so I have no doubt we're going to be seeing some more action from that car. We were just watching Kieran Macy, unfortunately, going off track, which allowed Fior up into P15, 3 seconds behind Varga at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at who Southcott's teammate will be. It seems we don't have that information at hand just yet, but we will find out when they come in for the pits.
It's Grant Willamot is Chris's colleague.
Oh, yeah. I'm not 100% sure on Grant's experience, but you know what? If he's partnered with Chris, then he must be fairly competent.
Yeah.
But we're just seeing now Callum Jones 3/10 behind Gamov. I think he's thinking, right, let's get past and get these two up front, because you know what? He's immediately on the bumper of it. And that is, I think we were right there, you know, of how he was, you know, keeping that gap there, and the fact that he's able to stay back 1.2 seconds behind him consistently per lap, and then now he's like, okay, he's decided that he's gonna press for the top 2 positions, so he's just, you know, caught up to him again. It's like he's nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just immense. That's crazy.
Wow, he's going for it. He's going for it. Sneaks a nose in the inside. Can he get that huge Mustang round? Certainly Gamov not letting that go yet. Very small, just enough space between them, but Callum Jones gets that done. I think maybe Callum was also tyre saving or something.
But here comes Gamov. Is Gamov making a move? I think he might be. No, he can't. He's just unable to.
There was all kinds
what
of
about
lights
the tyres?
flashing. So I think maybe Callum, because we're halfway through the first stint. Wow, Gamov all over this Mustang like a wasp that's extremely annoyed. But yeah, halfway through the stint, maybe the tyres were starting to go off following Gamov so closely. And Callum maybe just eased off for a couple of laps, let the tyres get back into the operating temperature, and just flicked a switch. As horrible as that sounds, that's what he does. He just flicked the switch and went into a different gear that I will no doubt never find. Southcott and Dobos are exchanging places here.
Also, it's a battle for the lead as we're watching Dobos in the McLaren all over the rear of that Mustang. Dobos is the gap between them is 2/10 now. Oh, as Dobos goes wide, coming into the final corner. So far we've done just under 20 laps with 3 hours and 27 minutes remaining. Yeah, I wonder if Jones will be able to catch up. The gap between him and Dobos is 2.4 seconds. So yeah, no, we're just trying to see what's going to happen. I think Dobos's plan would be to get past Southcott as fast as he can.
Yes.
But, you know, we're seeing now they're coming up to back markers, so that's going to play into effect fairly soon.
I just wonder if Dobos had done the same as Jones and just eased off a little bit, or wasn't challenging or pushing Southcott just to try and save a bit of tyres. But the only place he will not get past the Mustang is on the straight. He has to get it done on a corner, and as you say, and you know, we said it before the start of the race, you know, I think back markers are going to come into it, as you see Kiko Gallo moving well out the way there. A seasoned veteran Kiko, so he knows exactly what he's doing. Ooh, that was
there's contact between back markers as well.
Oh wow! I think Southcott maybe reacted before Dobos saw it.
I think so, yeah. Obviously, you know, Southcott being the leading car will be the first on the road to see everything, and with Dobos all behind the rear of the Mustang, he won't be able to see what's coming ahead, because all he'll be seeing is Southcott's car. So the fact that Southcott was able to see what was ahead and what was coming up just gave him a bit more of an advantage. I'm actually quite surprised that Dobos didn't drop back as much as he did. You know, the gap between them is 3/10 now. But yeah, when I saw the contact between the two back markers there, I thought he was going to be dropping back to maybe a second. Talking about a second, it's Callum Jones. He's reeling them in. You can see them there. That TOGA Esports driver in the background. Yeah, 1.7 seconds now between Dobos and Jones. Jones is going to be reeling them in very, very soon, I think.
I'm just on board on the bonnet cam with Dobos, and I think Southcott, because he's had to push from lap 1, I think his tyres are going early. That Mustang can destroy tyres like a toddler eating sweets. So it's interesting, and I wonder why, if that's another reason. You can see the back end of the Mustang now. Either that or Southcott is literally at the limit of drifting with the Mustang, but they're coming up to 2 more, and again catches up so well on the corners that Mustang just not able to stop as quickly as the 296. As we did say earlier on, 296 with the engine braking with the gears is just one of the best on track. As you'll see here, I mean, Southcott, when he gets on the power, just laying down marks of rubber from the tyres. So yeah, it's going to be interesting in the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with tyres for the Southcott's Mustang.
Oh, 100%. You know, yeah, Southcott is just, I can see as well. I'm on the same camera as you. That Mustang is, yes, it's got a hefty amount of power, but that's not going to help you if you can't get around the corners properly. You know, as he goes wide, outbrakes himself. Oh, I thought Dobos was going to sneak through, but then I realised, you know, it's a bit of a straight coming up now. So, yeah, Southcott is just able to get it going. Can Dobos outbrake him coming into this next right-hander? I don't know if he can. No, he's just able to. Potentially using the back marker to the advantage. If you were Dobos, Mac, what would you be thinking at the minute? What would your game plan be?
I don't see. I don't think if Dobos got ahead of Southcott, I don't think he'd be able to get away from him, and I think he would then be the one always defending, destroying his tyres and being on the back foot. So I think Dobos, where he is, I would just stay there. You've got under 20 minutes left of your stint of this first part. I would just stay behind him, stick to his bumper, and yeah, maybe annoy him with the mirrors. See if you can put him under pressure, see if he's got any tells. But yeah, I think at the moment P2 is actually the better choice for Dobos.
Yeah, that's it. That's a very good good idea, good opinion. I agree there. I think, you know, that Mustang's got so much straight line speed, it'd be so hard for the Ferrari to get past. You just see in there, that Mustang's just able to pull away. It's actually a bit of a joke, to be honest. So going into the straight there, the gap between them was 0.2. By the end, going into that left-hander, the gap was 3 tenths. Sorry. So just on a straight, Southcott pulled a tenth on him.
Yep. It's you know, if Dobos got past him, say the penultimate or the last corner, he'd just get taken again, just with the power advantage the Mustang has. So unless he can do it in the first sector where he's got the option of getting some more braking and some more corners, which would distance himself a little bit, I think he would need about 2 or 3 tenths ahead of Southcott to keep P1 by the end of the start-finish straight.
Definitely. I'm just looking back now in P12 for Humer. The gap between him and Jongen is around 0.3 of a second. Yeah, you know what? That Mercedes is I think is looking to overtake the Beamer fairly shortly. When I saw the two earlier, they were a bit scrappy, but Humer has dropped back a bit now to 0.6 of a second.
We are exactly on board as you were saying that, and certainly the Mercedes Evo looks under braking far superior, and the BMW doesn't have an answer for it. But again, we're back to the Dobos Southcott, where the BMW appears to have that maybe newer technology in the engine, where it's just able to get the torque down onto the tyres and stay ahead of the Mercedes. So it's going to be interesting. Again, they're kind of got a couple of back markers a little bit further down the road, so it'll be interesting to see what happens from that. Varga is also trying to put Peter Romeo under pressure. He's 0.8 at the back at the moment. This is obviously Martin is in the Formula GT at the moment, but Martin will be in the same colours as Peter Romeo at some point soon. So, and Peter is actually catching Humer, who looks like, is he maybe caught up? Oh, sorry, yeah, that's a battle we're watching. So Humer needs to be careful. He very, very, very soon could have 2 angry cars looking to try and get past.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Varga is there as well. He's He's trying to get up to Romeo. It is 2.5 seconds from Romeo to Humer, but the more that Humer is sat behind Jongen, the more he's just going to be allowing Romeo and Varga to push up, I think. I'm just watching now of the top two. Dobos, the gap between them is just under half a second, sorry. With Callum Jones dropped back 2 seconds from Dobos. I think Jones is doing the same thing as what he did earlier with Gamov. I think he's just dropped back. He knows that his stint's almost up. He's just trying to make sure that he's not in the dirty air, not wrecking his tyres. And it means that when McGonigal comes on for his 55 minutes, or however long they're picking, he'll be doing that. He'll be in a good position, and we'll be able to get some good laps in and catch up to the top two. What would your advice be to any drivers looking to go into TOGA for this endurance type thing? Because obviously, we've got Rookie Wednesdays, but what would you say is their way of getting into the mini endurance?
And so my own experience is we have an academy. So Exclamation Academy in Twitch and YouTube will give you a link to apply. Now it's going to be easier if you're part of our Discord to be able to open a ticket, add you in to that application. You can apply to become an academy driver, which basically means there's mentoring session every week where we will have a look at what tracks are coming up maybe for the next Rookies Championship or the next Endurance Championships, and you'll have experienced drivers such as Callum Jones, such as Barry Hargan, such as Peter Romeo, who will be able to give advice on track, where to improve your time on track, where to hit the brakes better, how to get the car rotated better, setups, how to get a car set up the best you can, and even down to car technique, because each car is individual and drives differently. You can't jump from, let's say, the Mustang into a 296 because the same driving style won't work. You need to alter how you do it. So yeah, absolutely, I would apply for the academy and take it from there. Really nice guys in it. You're not judged at all. Loads of varying degrees of driver skill levels as well, and not only do we have the TOGA Esports, who are the faster drivers, we also have the TOGA Academy cars, who you could end up being paired with someone in a relatively similar driving skill and be in the car together. We've got one who have actually got 3 drivers in it today, which is a great way of experiencing it. Even if you only do 55 minutes, it's long enough for you to get a feel of what it's going to be like to drive maybe 2 or 3 stints in the future for endurance. And endurance for me, it adds so much more because, like Rio said earlier on, you have tactics in terms of when do you come into pit, do you, and then if there's a small time at the end that you do still need to pit to reset the driver time, do you change tyres, do you only fuel, things like that. So there's loads of help, and if you don't want to come into the academy, there's loads of help just naturally on Discord as well. So yeah, that's how I would do it. If I wish Academy had been around when I started ACC, I think I would have saved myself many hundreds of hours from trying to learn it myself. Oh yes!
There's a Dobos is going for the move up the inside.
That's not what you want to
do. The Mustang in a straight line. We know he's got the speed on him, and yeah, he's all over the back of that Ferrari now. Coming into turn number 1, that left-hander. Southcott's able to get side by side. Bit of contact, I think, between the two. Dobos under braking is able to get it turned, but can Southcott get the switch back? It appears so. Round the outside, he's going into the twisty section of the track. And it's Dobos who has taken the lead of the race. Near the end of their stints, they'll be coming in very shortly for the driver swap. But wow, Dobos has put that Ferrari in a great place on the track. And Southcott in a Mustang is is looking to catch up soon and retake his place.
I have to say, Dobos absolutely defended for every inch of his life there, and it paid off for him. And as I said earlier, you know, although it's not much of a gap, it's almost 3/10 of a second already, where that Ferrari is much better on the braking and getting rotated than the Mustang is. He's going to have to defend for the next, you know, just on maybe 9 minutes, just to keep that Mustang behind him. If so, I'll put the question back to you, Rio. If you're Dobos just now and you have Southcott challenging, do you let him past or do you defend to keep that P1 position?
Personally, I would never let someone pass there. Oh, Dobos goes
curb
past.
of death!
Oh no, hits the curb of death. Curb of death.
Oh, Callum Jones
well,
now looking to capitalise.
Yeah, so, wow. Well, we don't need to answer that question anymore because he
No.
he did let him pass. We'll say he let him pass, keep his dignity there. But now I'm on board now on bonnet cam with Callum Jones. Callum in that Mustang as well is looking to catch up and get all over the back of Dobos. Southcott is not running away. So the top three are under a second of each other now. This is going to get exciting very, very soon. What time is the driver swaps? It'll be soon, won't it? In the next 3 minutes, I'm pretty sure.
So no, it'll be the next 8 minutes roughly will be their maximum. So we might see some of the lower number cars coming in earlier to do that. But a huge shout out to Zeta, one of our senior commentators, in the 450 up to P34. Amazing to see. But yeah, I mean, I think you know, okay, from your point of view, do you as Callum challenge or do you just sit back knowing there's literally 8 minutes left of the stint?
What I would do personally now, I would try and gain a bit more of a gap to Dobos, sort of shorten that distance between us. See if you can put a bit of pressure on the Ferrari. And I mean, you know that you've got more power. You know that you've got the straight line speed. So personally, I would really try and just emphasize this gap and how it's shortening on the straights. Try and catch up to him as fast as you can. But personally, I wouldn't make a move. I would try and sit back, put the pressure on. You know, we're seeing now they're starting to come through and get past the back markers. This is going to be taking a fairly heavy hit on the front two, and I'm sure, like we saw earlier, mistakes will be made. Yep. So with a bit of this gap, which Jones does have, this is allowing him to have a larger view of what's happening ahead, and just as we saw earlier as well, when we were watching Southcott and Dobos almost have a moment with two back markers, as there were a collision with the back markers. We saw Southcott had obviously the view of what was happening, and Dobos was left in a situation where he wasn't able to, so we had to react very fast. So yeah, my idea would be, as Jones, put a bit of a close the distance between him and the Ferrari, and just make sure though that you've still got the view, I would say. Yeah. Because there's no point spinning it like what almost spinning it like what Dobos did, as you're about to come into the pits.
I absolutely 100%. I think that's the best strategy you can do. It is all about the long game, not the next couple of laps. But I think Southcott is starting to struggle. He's got just 6 minutes left of a full 55 minutes, and you can see the car is starting to miss apex as it's starting to slide more and more. I thought I saw that many laps ago, and you can see from the rear view mirror at the moment Callum Jones absolutely eating up the tarmac between them. Again, coming into the tighter part of the second sector, and again coming up against back markers, who I have to say back markers have done amazing so far, using their indicators, staying well wide of the chasing pack to make sure they're not getting involved. We've got Jordan and Verhulst into the pits. that is a beautiful sight to see that Nissan back on track. Again, just as Senator gives past in the Mustang, and it looks like the 296 flashing quickly, and again gets past beautifully as well.
Yeah, Senator. That's funny enough. I was just about to speak about him. It was very close between him and some back markers there going into the final corner. But like you say earlier, these back markers have actually been really well behaved so far.
Yep.
I'm sure that probably won't last because 3 hours is a fairly long time, and fatigue is a factor that we need to think about.
Yep.
But yeah, no, these back markers so far have been well behaved, and they've been doing really well, especially with the likes of the pressure from it's the top 3 coming around. It's a very much it does take a toll on you, and you think you get a bit stressed out sometimes. Dobos almost making a move though. He makes the move under braking, but that Mustang's just able to keep it with the heavy chunk of metal underneath its bonnet. And that V8 really just allows it to pull away as soon as you put the foot down for the power. Callum Jones has dropped back though. It's 1.2 seconds. 1.2. Where have we seen this before, eh?
It's almost his favourite numbers.
Potentially, yeah. But no, Callum Jones is I think he's doing what he did last time. Allowing these two to battle, slow each other down, and he's just going to get some nice little laps in out of the dirty air and keep it clean before handing the car over to McGonigal.
Yep. And again, closing up under braking, but it's almost as if so if you're into Formula 1, it's almost as if the Mustang is DRS or something, some rule that's been broken, because it's like it has just extra horsepower that can just run away. And unfortunately, I think Dobos. I think Dobos has absolutely earned his position here. A little extra touch of the brake there from Southcott through the curb of death, and another look down the inside as it goes side by side. Dobos is now going to have to make that the widest Ferrari in the world if he can actually get past. But I think he's going to watch as this Mustang just drives past. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I'm waiting for the Mustang to come across. Here he is. Into the braking zone now, and it's Dobos.
That's wide from Dobos.
Can he get the switch back? Oh, he's alongside him, and I think, a bit of contact between the two. And it's Southcott's line who retakes his position. Now Dobos, you know what? I actually feel a bit bad for Dobos. He's trying, bless him. He's really trying.
Yes, he's working very, very hard, and unfortunately, it's not a driver advantage. It's an engineering advantage.
Machinery.
I wonder how much Callum Jones is licking his lips at the moment, especially seeing these two battling it out with maybe another lap if they're lucky. Not even another lap. So I anticipate we'll see them coming in maybe this lap. There's no chance they're going to have another room for another one. Something else that I wanted to point out, having a second driver who is able to spot for you. So by spotting, I mean almost doing what we're doing. Keeping an eye on your teammate and telling them when they've got a car maybe coming up close behind them, or they're coming up close to back markers, just giving them an idea of what's ahead or what's behind, to let that driver plan and make his decisions of what he's going to do. But there we go.
Here we are then.
Top 4. Oh my God!
Oh,
Wow!
That was close between them coming into the pits. Wow! Wow! That's all you can say, isn't it? Wow!
That was more than you would ever want, I think.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That was sketchy.
Yeah,
sketchy indeed.
That was last of the late breakers.
100%. Yeah, almost contact between the two of Dobos and Southcott, but I think they're doing the driver swaps now. Into the pits they go. Yeah, the top 10, top 11. I'm just watching all the P's come up. It's just P. All of them are just coming up into the pits.
Matt Jordan
So
is
yeah,
the first who has pitted earlier. He's got 5 minutes on his stint timer already. He's just coming over, maybe clipped the curb of death a little bit too much there. Let's see what Matt Jordan does as he comes down the start-finish straight.
so here we are then. Jordan McGonigal and Grant Willamot, sorry, is both of them are out the pits. Dobos hasn't changed.
Oh, interesting. Doing a double stint.
Wow, that'll be tiring.
So,
I guess that's a smart idea from them, but will it pay off? We're about to find out, I guess.
Dobos has actually lost out on the pits.
Yes, it was a brilliant pit stop from Jones and McGonigal.
Yep. And there's a stop go
Yeah,
30
really there.
for Senna in P9, so that's speeding in the pits, unfortunately.
Oh,
It's as much as it sounds boring, practicing your pit stops really does help. Like you saw there, Jordan basically gained a position for free just by making sure they were bang on. And there's certain things in the pit stops you can do to make sure it's the quickest pit stop possible. As well, so it's all about practice, unfortunately, and the boring parts as well as the racing parts.
oh yeah, 100%. You know, the practice makes perfect, and we saw it there. I was talking with Jones probably yesterday, I think it was, and he said, oh, I only did 7 laps. And I was like, what? 7 laps? Yeah, and he was like, yeah, but I practiced loads of stuff. And I was like, oh, fair enough. You know what? It's worked. He's done, I'm pretty sure he's done race starts, pit stops, practice, a few other things as well. But yeah, no, it's really interesting to see how practice does actually make perfect, and how, you know, if you just put a bit more effort in than the other drivers, it does pay off. And we saw there with the TOGA Esports car.
And you know, you have to hit the mark dead on. The car has to be in the box properly. You know, and if you're slightly out, the car then has to be moved back by the game and then up on the jack. So that is, you know, maybe only tenths of a second. But by that point, that might be enough that you've lost, like Dobos has lost, you know, P2 because of it. So yeah, I absolutely hate Callum Jones. He just makes me sick. So he does. I obviously am joking, Callum, if you're listening. But yeah, you know, if I think if you can master a track, it's like riding a bike. You know, it's almost, you only take a few laps to go, oh yeah, that's right, I remember where I can go faster here or slower here or whatever it is. So yeah, absolutely, 100%. A few laps, once you have your technique, your driving style and the track knowledge down, yeah, absolutely. It's our very own Barry Hargan, Mr. Baza, or Barry R, if you know, you know, and the taking over from Peter Romeo down in P12 at the moment, but he does have Verhulst he's trying to chase down for that P11.
Yeah, I'm just watching the battle for 5th at the minute. It's actually 3 of them altogether. So it's Topinka, Horman, and Rodionov. I'm going to have to get better at saying those names. But the Aston of Topinka is really looking to overtake that Beamer all over the back of him. Just buying us time, to be honest. I think Horman is. I just want to say as well, Kieran Shaw's on the TikTok. Yes, this is a PC league. Sadly, we haven't expanded to console. I'm not sure if we will. That's something that we'll have to talk with Hayden about, I think. But yeah, this is a PC league for the time being.
I think we had.
So,
oh, on you go.
Oh, sorry, no, I was just about to say we're getting up to the 1 hour mark in. That was literally it. What were you saying?
We had previously looked at doing console, and one of the issues we as Dexter says on Twitch, I think you open up the possibilities of 12-year-olds with controllers trying to race in a race where you have people who are maybe taking things more seriously, and I think you actually put people off by doing that. As much as we do have a lot of console people watch us on TikTok and other platforms, I think for us it would dilute what we do, and what we're trying to do is make things better. So at the moment there's definitely not going to be any console leagues out there from TOGA anyway. And I think it's going to stay that way. I think certainly with ACC2 as well, it'll be more focused on PC only.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing as well the beautiful custom liveries, which is something you can't get on console as well. It just gives it a bit more of a nicer touch. Just seeing McGonagall now all over the back of Dobos. Dobos got past him, but McGonagall is looking to make a move, I think, soon. The gap between them is 4/10, it says on my timing sheet, but it looks less than that. Looks about 2.
We're watching the replay at the moment, and it was a last-ditch move into turn 2, technically, of Dobos that got past, and Jordan was very aware that he was coming down the inside, so backed out of turning in. So it kind of has, I mean, Dobos has maybe rectified things for himself, just in the fact that he lost out of position with that, but he's certainly flying at the moment. Jordan is not a slow driver, so I would put him on a very, very similar skill set to Callum, so that's going to be interesting to watch further down the road.
Oh, 100%. You know, Jordan, I've spoken to him a handful of times, and he seems to be very, very knowledgeable with racing and ACC, and he knows what he's talking about. You know, just the way how he talks. He's a really nice guy as well, and that's something as well that we find with a lot of these drivers. To you guys, they're just names on a sheet and they're names on a screen, but to us, they're actually personalities that we talk to weekly, daily, and a lot of these guys are really nice. Most of them, to be honest, or probably all of them, are really, really lovely, really lovely people, which is always a plus to have. I'm just going to have a little look at Barry, because Barry is a funny character, and he's doing well in P12. Yeah, he's partnered with Zeta, and he's in the Aston. So, come on, Barry, you can do this.
He's
no bias,
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And the great thing is that when you get to know drivers, I asked in Discord for all the teams and drivers to put little tidbits about themselves and the team in, and we would, mention them as and when we can. But when you get to know the drivers, you don't need a cheat sheet. You know exactly who they are, what the personality's like, and what skill level they're at as well. So hats off to them. Just to clarify, Barry is with Peter Romeo. Zeta is with Paul. Now, Paul, I am actually going to read this out, because Paul, in his bio, actually wrote the following. Let me find it again. So it's pronounced Mancunian. So Mancunian, as in somebody from Manchester. So he wanted to make sure we knew exactly how to say his name. But Mank is a gentleman of guy. I've known Mank for a little while now, and he is definitely from Manchester. I can confirm that with his accent. And he has driven in 3 rookie seasons with TOGA, and this is his first time in Enduro. So yeah, that's a bit of a baptism of fire for him, but Mank is such a nice guy. Normally drives a Lamborghini, so it's interesting to see he's driving something else for a little change.
Yeah, that's something as well. A lot of these drivers have a unique driving style to certain cars. Personally, me, I like the Aston, and I like a Beamer, because I just feel like I like a car that can slow down and go to the corners well. Whereas the likes of McGonagall and Jones, they like the Mustang. I often hear them loving the Mustang. simply because it's just got so much power and they love the straight line speed, I guess. So yeah, that's one of the things as well with the GT class. I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. They are just really able to give a unique diversity to the grid, and it's not really a way of, well, these are the cars, everyone has to adapt to it. It's sort of, you pick a car that you think is the best suited to you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Couldn't have put it better myself. It's interesting to see that Horman is still battling away with that Lamborghini in front, just not able to get past. It was quite close in the last lap where the Lambo, rightly so, I mean, the BMW wasn't alongside, basically closed the door. If your nose was in it, it was going to be broken. We see Deluge down in 38th back into the pits. Don't know if that's maybe for an issue with damage. We've also got down in P22, we've got Elshin, who is knocking on the back door of Ozduru for that 21st position. What I am going to quickly say, Todd, how you doing? Good to see you. I am going to quickly jump off and grab a bite to eat because I'm not as prepared as my colleague here, Rio. So I'll be off for about 20 minutes having something to eat, if that's okay, Rio.
That's fine, yep.
And I'm going to leave you in the more capable hands of Mr. Rio, so I'll speak to you soon.
Ace. Hello. So we are, it's me now. You're stuck with me, Paul. You are at the minute also stuck with watching P22. So I'll go on to them and just so I can see what you guys are watching. There you are. There we go. So yeah, at the minute we're watching Vladimir Elshin. Oh, he's looking for the inside. Gets the move done on that back marker. No, not the back marker. That is Ozduru. So yeah, there's the move done for P21. There's a lovely move by the Ferrari. Trying to catch up to Senna now in P20. Now I just want to say something as well to all of the other people out there. A lot of these drivers are, as you know, they're amazing. And to even get in the top 20 of this pack, of this 45 car grid is immense. I mean, you look into the right hand side of your screen and you can see just how many drivers are actually on track, and it's crazy. You know, there's so many cars there. Like, I personally couldn't do it. I don't know about you guys, but me personally, I take a car, you know, I go, oh, yeah, go for a little drive, and but I'm not able to do it at this level, and not many people are, to be honest, as well. It takes a certain level of skill and psychology to be able to put the cars on this game as fast as they can and the speeds that they do. Saying that, though, a lot of these drivers as well, yes, it is a game, but these drivers have crazy setups. I've seen pictures of them. Like, it's not like your little, like, next level fabric simulator, what I've got for anyone out there that knows of my streams that I do. It's not like a simulator that I have. It's, you know, Moser Fanatec, like one of the £1,000 ones. They've got like thousands and thousands of pounds worth of racing simulators. So it's really, really interesting, and you know what? A bit jealous, to be honest. So I'm just watching now. Elshin, we're just trying to have a little look. I'll give you an update for the top 3 so far. So in first position is still Grant Wilmot. In second is still Dobos, and then Rodionov is in third with McGonigal 4/10 behind. So McGonigal has dropped back a bit amidst the pack of all the drivers. So there's top 7 are all together. Schneider in 7th, Topinka in 6th, Horman in 5th, McGonigal in 4th, and then Rodionov in 3rd. Those how many drivers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers all together, being separated by just under 2 seconds, I'd like to say. That's, yeah, amazing. Yeah, we want to know your ideas. Who are your driver of the day? if you would like to pick them now. We've still got 2 hours and 50 minutes remaining. But yeah, we've got an idea of that. If you'd like to pick a driver so far or a team, you can do !vote and then the number of the car. If you don't know one, you can always do that, and you can always ask me. That only works, sadly, on on YouTube and Twitch, not on TikTok. So if you are viewing and you want to have a little vote, you need to go over onto our TOGA Motorsport channel on Twitch and YouTube. So you can do that there. Pretty sure the links are in our TikTok link tree, if you are not seeing that. So the gap now is, was it 9.5 seconds from third position to second, Dobinos. Dobos has the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 40.457. We've just seen Horman overtake McGonigal again. That Beamer is on fire, to be honest. It's amazing. McGonigal is, I think, struggling to keep up with them. As you see in the Aston Martin of Topinka, all over the rear of him. Sadly, you are unable to see this, but I'm going to see if I can describe it as best way as I can. So it's a train of about 4 cars here together. It goes the Beamer of Horman, then McGonigal, which is in the green TOGA Esports. Then you've got Topinka in the black, red, and white Aston Martin. And then Cedar, which is the peachy Porsche we saw earlier at the start of the race. So it's all 4 of those cars all together. Probably admits, what was that, a second? Yes, it is. So yeah, absolutely all together then. This is becoming something great. Oh, how is everyone doing today? Are we all good? Enjoying the racing, I hope, here with TOGA. Just trying to get all of this sorted. So it seems that the top 2 are separated by 1.5 seconds. But yeah, no, we've still got Horman, McGonigal, Topinka, and Cedar all together with that, and it's a lovely, lovely sounds of cars. Yeah, they're all going meow. The best way to describe it. My favourite way of describing it. Oh, right. Let's have a little look at some of the timings. And you know what? Let's have a look at the statistics. Horman in P4 has gained 5 positions so far. McGonigal's car has dropped 1 since the start. He started P4, now in P5. Topinka has gained 1 position, so has Cedar. Humer, has gained 4. What is the largest one I can see so far? We have 10 from Van der Valk. Yeah, so the most position gains so far. No, it's not. It's 11. Van der Valk is battling now with... Who is that? McKinney? No. That's Sadewa, I think. Oh, no, it's a back marker. Is it? No, it's Sadewa. Never mind. So, the Gulf-inspired... No, it's not, sorry. That's McKinney ahead. How odd. My timings is not working. That's okay. Yeah, so we have the train of cars still going. The top 4 have they've got a healthy gap between them. About 10 seconds between third and second position. There's about 1 second between first and second, though, with 7th and 6th separated by 4 tenths. And then 6th and 5th separated by just under 2. Yeah, Topinka all over the back of McGonigal. McGonigal looking to defend as Topinka gets a little bit scribby on the exit. Looking for how he can get past that Mustang. The Aston Martin is all over the rear. Cedar in that peachy Porsche is looking to get past them as well. So what can you do here? There's not much you can do. Just trying to stick with McGonigal. I think that's one of the game plans for the HRSR Esports. team trying to get past them. So yeah, that's sort of what they're doing at the minute. I'm gonna look back at who is the stream on. Sorry, they are on 20th. Who is that? That is Elshin. So Elshin's coming up now to Spallino, the 19th placed car. He's Italian. It's an Italian in an Italian car. I love that. I love seeing that stuff. He gives it a bit more character. Elshin does have a 15-second time penalty. So that's going to come into play later on in the race. So we've done an hour and 15 minutes of this 4-hour endurance race. And so far, this is your top 10. Jongen is in 10th. 9th is Hunter Davies. 8th is Humer. 7th is Cedar in the Peachy Porsche. 6th is Topinka in the Aston. 7th, your top 5 now, is Jordan McGonigal, the TOGA Esports driver, trying to hold off of Topinka. Doing so fairly well, may I add. In 4th position, though, is Hajo Horman. 3rd is Alexander Radionov. 2nd is Nico Dobos. And 1st in the Stone Cold Racing Mustang is Grant Willamot. So yeah, that's what's sort of going on. That's your top 10 of the grid. Looking back further down, we're watching Ethan Davies all over the back of Reese Aindo. Reese is in the TOGA Esports official team, but Ethan Davies in the CRF are battling it out, looking for the inside. Can he get it under braking? He gets the move done on the Beamer, and that McLaren slots through, but Reese gets a lovely switchback coming onto the straight now. It's a drag race. Reese just tucks in, though, behind him, and the gap between them is not even a 1/10 of a second between them. Reese is all over the back of him, coming into one of the hardest corners of the circuit. We're coming up to the curb of death. Reese loves to take that there, and that BMW is definitely able to munch those curbs, like what I like to say. Very stable car, something that I tend to enjoy to race. And yeah, I find that it's personally very stable and loves to grip. 45 laps have been done now from Willamot. It's 2 hours and 42 minutes remaining. So yeah, that Stone Cold Racing team, they're doing very well so far. But Dobos is looking to reel him in. The gap between Dobos and Wilmot is 1.5 seconds and closing. Now it's 1.4. So yeah, definitely closing down on him. McGonigal, though, is looking to be overtaken by Topinka and Cedar. Can Cedar follow him through? No, he's not able to. That Peachy Porsche is unable to get it. But McGonigal's starting to fade back now. Down to P6 he is. You can see it on your timing screen on the left-hand side of the screen. And it's Cedar who's trying to take it around the outside. They're still side by side. Topinka has got the move done. And he's starting to run away. Whereas McGonigal and Cedar, bit of contact between the two as Cedar goes wide, but that Peachy Porsche remains alongside him, under braking now, coming up to the curb of death corner. Now McGonigal's all over the back of Cedar. You can't see him, but you can almost imagine him. No, you can see him now. There you go. He's all over the back of that Porsche, looking to take his spot back, and I don't think he's unable to. So Mac, you must be back if you're switching the positions. I don't know if you are though. Potentially, who knows? But yeah, so this is the running order so far. We've got Willamot, Dobos, Redinov, Horman, Topinka, Cedar, McGonigal, Humer, Davies, and Jongen. That is your top 10 so far. In the past 2 laps, we've seen McGonigal go back to positions, sadly. He started coming out in his pit. He went up from 3rd position to 2nd, and then has now dropped back to P7. So it's not a great stint so far from him. But yeah, no, he's doing well, trying to keep up with them. Horman is now your lead BMW. And he's in P4, doing very well indeed. So that Beamer is looking to take down the Lamborghini of Redinov. The gap between Redinov and Dobos is 11.3 seconds. Horman 7/10 down from third. And yeah, no, it's definitely looking to be the Willamette show at the minute. McGonigal 6/10 down from the next car, which is the Peachy Porch of Cedar. So yeah, this is sort of your running order at the minute, and we're just going to see what's happening elsewhere further down the grid. I'm just trying to see if there's any closeness between the drivers. Don't think there is. At the very back of the pack, we have Hirusen, the driver from Bahrain, dead last in P40th. But yeah, that's sort of it at the minute. I'm just watching Cedar. That Porsche is looking fairly stable. I'm going to go on board with them. On the bonnet cam. You know what? Personally, I love the sound of Porsches. But this one is lovely. It's, yeah, it just sounds so clean, so clear. And, yeah, it's absolutely lovely. That's one of the things that I like about this simulator as well. Not only do they have the simulation physics of the cars right next to how it is in real life, but they've also got the audio there as well, which is a lovely little touch, which helps. 47 laps have been completed from Wilmot. We've had an hour and a half of racing, just about there, and yeah, 2 hours 38. Almost 37 minutes remaining of this 4-hour endurance. If you've just come in, welcome. This is TOGA Motorsport. If you've heard of us before, then you'll know what we do. But if you haven't, then here is what we are. We are an online Assetto Corsa Competizione racing league. We do other things as well. We've recently expanded to Le Mans Ultimate. And yeah, we do short races, like an hour-long races, with our rookies every Wednesday. But we also have some mini endurance championships, such as this one, which is round 1 of the 2025 season. So we've got this. This is a 4-hour endurance. We're coming up to in half an hour, halfway through the race, and it's gone pretty fast, may I add. Black Box Gaming, thanks for liking the live over on TikTok. So yeah, this is sort of what's happening at the minute. But yeah, no, we are a great community. If you want to join us, you can find a link in our link tree in our bios for the social media channels. I know there is a link tree in the TikTok page. So if you go into the link tree, you'll be able to find a Discord link. Has to be on PC, as we are not expanding to console. But yeah, this is what's happening so far. Right, so let's have a look at Horman. Doing very well in that BMW, trying to just reel in Redinov. On the back, though, of him is the red car of Topinka. No, it's not Topinka, sorry, that's a back marker. We can see Topinka in the background. So, onto the straight now. The QRT Esports racing driver. Looking very stable indeed. As they're coming up to lap some more of the back markers. You know what? I just want to say, put it out there. Willamette and yeah, his teammate have been very, very well. They've been on it from the start to the finish so far. And I haven't seen them make a huge mistake. We saw earlier him and Dobos. Yeah, they were battling it out. Dobos has made a second stint worth for him, so I'm sure the next stint at 2 hours in for the mandatory driver change, or will be very exciting. We'll see if Dobos makes another move and changes it, or if he decides to hand over to his teammate, who I'm not too sure it is. I'll find that for you. Sadly unable to find it on the spotters guide that we have. But the information will be put back up to me very shortly, I'm sure. Oh, so if you're tuning in from all over the world, we would love to know if you want to comment that. If you haven't already, you can vote for your driver of the day on YouTube and Twitch. It doesn't work on TikTok, so yeah, if you want to vote, you can go over to our other channels. To vote, it is !vote, all lowercase, no spaces. And then it's a space, and then the car number. So that if you wanted, let's say, McGonagall to be driver of the day, you do !vote, and then space 135. And that's how you'd get McGonagall to be driver of the day. If multiple people vote for the same driver that you want, then yeah, they'll be crowned the driver of the day, and that'd be a nice little sentimental touch for them, I'm sure. So we're just watching now Horman trying to go around the TOGA Academy driver. And yeah, no, he's doing very well. Getting past these back markers. It's been a fairly fast hour and a half so far. Oh, Jordan McGonagall has been given a drive-through penalty. Let me have a little look at what that's about. Sorry, give me a second. I will find that. But yeah, so far we are very exciting with this. Dobos is all over the back of Villamot. He's looking to take the lead of the race. We saw this earlier between these two cars. But can Dobos get it? Not too sure. Oh. All over the back of the Mustang. And you know what? This is looking to be very emphatic between the two. That Ferrari looks for the inside, though, as Villamot goes wide. The Ferrari goes up the inside, takes the lead of the race so far. They're side by side going into this right-hander. And it's coming into the left-hander. It's squeezing him wide, the Mustang does. Bit of contact between the two, though, as under braking, the Ferrari of Dobos holds that inside as we're coming up for the another left-hander. And it's Dobos who takes the lead of the race. Villamot in second position. That Mustang, I'm sure, though, won't be staying there for long. How can you join, Zed? If you go into our TikTok bio, there'll be a link tree. If you follow the link, or if it doesn't work, then you'll have to manually put it in. Have a little look. There you go. No, so it's an actual link now, which is handy. If you click on our link tree, you'll be able to find a Discord link. If you click on that, you'll get automatically sent to our racing league. It's free to do. If you want to hold and reserve a personal racing number, then you can do for a mere £1 a month. It goes very far towards the leagues, and it helps us stay afloat at the minute, which is nice. So yeah, Wilmot is in second position, Dobos in first. Yeah, it's a brilliant race so far. Dobos has the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 40.457. Second position, Wilmot has a 1 minute 40.730. Rodinov in third has a 1 minute 40.727. Horman, fastest lap in fourth, is a 1 minute 40.8. The same as Topinka. Topinka has a 1 minute 40.877. The gap between those two fastest laps are 55 hundredths of a second. So, what's going on now? Down a bit of the order. Just trying to have a little look. So you guys are stuck watching. Oh, there's a McLaren facing backwards. Not too sure who that was. That looks a bit like Ethan Davies, potentially. Was it Ethan Davies? I hope not. No, it was not. But yeah, no, this is sort of what's happening now. Lucas Cedar, all over the back of Topinka. Can that Porsche get past the Aston Martin for P5? To get a top 5 finish with here is, you know, a great achievement. As we see navigating through the back markers, they're doing very well, I will say. That peachy Porsche is looking to get past him, as that's an Aston Martin for the TOGA Esports going slowly. Is that Jordan McGonigal? Is that McGonigal? Is he going slowly? No, it's not. Yeah, how odd. Okay, so we are watching now. Let's have a little look at Horman. Horman's got some clean air, to be fair. He's doing fairly well in P4 at the minute. Just trying to get his way through the traffic of these back markers. So yeah, this is what's going to happen at the minute. 53 laps have been completed from your race leader, which is Dobos. And we've officially done over an hour and a half of the race. Oh, right. Let's have a little look. See if we can get the Twitch sorted. So Dobos is still leading, may I add. Horman has a 1.2 second gap to Rodionov. Topinka in P5 has a fairly nice gap as well, may I add. Not too stressed, to be fair. Rodionov, 10 seconds to Wilmot. That's a fairly large gap, may I say, to a car, especially up there as far as they are. Right, here we are then. I've got that. Barry's doing a great battle with Velust. Yes, he is. He's doing a very one. GSR Gecko, hello, how you doing? No, he's doing very, very well. Was a fun. 12 kinds of trouble, thank you very much. Hooks back to you, mate. Yeah, Mac has gone for food for a little bit, so he'll be back fairly shortly, I do believe. But there's no rush on him, obviously. He quite happy to sit here on my own, to be honest. Yeah, how is everyone doing it? You're Peter Romeo? Oh, cool. You're doing very well, Peter, mate. Right, let's have a little look at what we've got at the minute. Mr. Peanut Man. That's a brilliant name, Peanut Man. Awesome. Thank you for the gift over on TikTok. Still a great battle with Barry and Verhulst. Yes. Sadly, I'm unable to put it there because it's Max streaming, not me. So you're stuck on Hormone. Just watching Barry though. I'll do a lot of commentary, even though we won't be able to. You guys won't be able to see him. Now, let me describe this to you. The green and black Toga car of Barry Hagen is fairly close to Verhulst. Now, we know Verhulst was competent earlier. He was doing well. But yeah, it's a battle for P12 and 11. Barry's doing well, to be fair. He's getting these lines sorted. Coming up to the curb of death, may I add. And yeah, he's got a fairly comfortable looking car underneath them. Coming around now. So, It's 25 minutes remaining until the drivers will be doing a swap. Peter, are you going to be switching from it? And if you are, so what's your game plan for this? I'd love to hear about it, man. Right, so we are still doing this. Let me have a little look at the timing sheets so I don't bore you with my voice. First position, Dobos. His fastest lap is a 1 minute 40.457. His last lap was 1 minute 41.2. So he's dropped off his pace a little bit, trying to preserve his tyres, fuel, all that shenanigans, because he's got just under half an hour remaining of his stint. He was supposed to come in and do a driver swap, but he didn't. So it appears he is going to be potentially doing it again if he can keep up with it. Obviously, tiredness and fatigue comes into play. Dobos, you know, obviously a very competent driver, very comfortable behind the wheel, definitely knows what he's doing. One thing that I've noticed though is P10 Jordan McGonigal. He's dropped off. I don't know what it is, but the Mustang and the track really does not suit him. This is actually quite baffling, to be fair. Maybe right. This is my shout. Okay, I think Jordan is slowing down purposely so he can go up faster, you know, and and do a recovery drive and then come back and win it. Maybe that's what's going to happen. Who knows? I don't want to commentate as cursing because that's something that would happen. We're seeing now Cedar comes into the pits. P10 at Peachy Porsche is the first one to come in for the second stint. That means Hagen goes up to P10, McGonigal P9, and so on up the ranks.
Hello.
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 How you doing?
What am I looking at? What's happened to McGonigal?
Yeah. McGonigal doing McGonigal things.
Okay.
I'm just saying that to the viewers. I think McGonigal is purposely slowing down so that it'll be a brilliant recovery drive for the team.
Yeah, make Callum shine even more. Yep, I get that. Yep, absolutely. A little bit of dramatics at the end, which we saw with Barry and Hayden when it was team orders at the end, maybe. But Hayden was told to hold steady, and Hayden was not doing that. But it ended up P1 and 2, if I remember right. Was it P2 and 3? P1 and 2, I think it was. So yeah, it was a great battle.
Potentially, yeah.
Peter, amazing to see you. Amazing to see you back. Great to see you back on track. Finn, you should always remember that you can still be equally quick on a broken old Thrustmaster. Like you've beautifully put me into a nice little segue there. I like what you did. If you're needing to pop off for a wee while, Rio, there's on you go. There's no problem.
Oh no, I'm all set.
You're cool.
Like I said earlier, I'm organised.
Nice. I was not in any way.
I've got my biscuits in. I've got an apple. I've got
nice.
3 pints of water.
Oh, I thought you were going to say 3 pints of lager there. That would have been impressive.
No, I don't think I'd be able to get my words out.
Trying to find.
Yeah, no.
Trying to find it now. There, somebody who's racing today. I am going to shock everyone and say he's racing on a controller. If I can find who it is again.
It's someone.
It is someone. I definitely remember copying it into the spreadsheet. I just need to.
Well, yeah, whilst you're trying to find that, I will give a little. Hang on, I've got my. Hang on, I'm just getting the chat as well up for YouTube. Barry's doing a great battle with the Hulst, emphasising that on all of the platforms there, Peter. Yeah, Peter's saying hello.
Peter.
Right.
Hello.
There we go. So the battle was actually quite interesting. At one point earlier on the race, there was Sneeder and all. There was Sneeder, Jongen, McGonigal, Davies, and Horman all together and they were all basically just taking turns overtaking Mogonacle. It was really hard to see. I had to keep my eyes closed at some stage.
That sounds painful. I have found it. So under the car treble 9, whom, let's see where they are at the moment. Okay, we'll scratch that. Car treble 9's not shown. I don't know if they actually quit because it was Vetka and
Josh Wood.
Josh Wood. So Josh Wood, who's 19, started on a controller and is still using a controller. I had my ass handed to me in an LFM race once by a young kid who was using a keyboard. So I don't know if that's more about my standard of driving or his, but either way, I was mighty impressed with him. So yeah, like Finn said, you don't need the most expensive equipment to race. You know, I don't know about Rio, but I started in a G29 and then progressed to the Fanatec 5 Newton meter. So yeah, absolutely not. You do not have to have the best equipment. Whatever feels comfortable to you and is in your budget and bracket, then that's all that matters.
I started off with a G920.
Oh,
and
nice. Yep.
I upgraded to a G923, so I've stuck with that because it's good. It's not the most expensive one, but it does the job, and I like it. So that's all that really matters, to be honest. But yeah, no, like I'm always on the open-minded for upgrading some more. Just the room size at the minute is really keeping me there. Maybe I might go down to a single bed. Just to get a bigger sim.
That was just going to say, that's quite a dedication to the cause, that, you know. You sacrifice your sleep for more room for your sim. I like that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Potentially. Yeah. So yeah, Dobos is in P1 at the minute. He took Wilmot, and it was a great little battle for them. It lasted about a lap of just side by side. Yeah, really great battling between all of them. So I want to know, we're coming up to just over halfway through this race, Mac. What is your opinion so far on Dobos? Like, how do you think he's standing? Where do you think he's going to go? And yeah, what do you think his plan is?
He's doing really well. I'm pretty sure he is doing it solo. Is he one of the ones that's doing it solo? I'm going to have a quick look, so I'm not going to be incorrect with saying this. Oh no, sorry, he's driving with Sean Tempest, who we've seen in the past as well. I think Dobos has done really well. He's been at a disadvantage, and in a huge way in terms of what the difference to... I mean, 296 is a very new car, so it has a lot more technology in it than, let's say, the Aston Martin or other cars. But the 296 just... I don't think there's anything that has the same pace as the Mustang. BMW may be close to it, but nothing surpasses it. And he's had to fight tooth and nail to get where he is. And don't forget, he had a terrible pit stop as well, so he actually lost the position, which he then gained back by passing somebody on the track. So hats off to him. If I was at this point, if the race was to stop, I would say Dobos would probably be my driver of the day. I think what he needs to do is... Now, Grant Willamot, to me, is a really good driver. I've watched him race in different TOGA events, but I just wonder if his colleague is maybe just a little bit quicker, or maybe just a little bit smoother. There's something, because Dobos wasn't... definitely not 3 seconds ahead previously. You know, they were battling tooth and nail. So I genuinely think Dobos needs to make hay while sun shines and get as many tenths in that he can at the moment.
Yeah, very well said there, mate. Yeah, no, like, yeah, it put it exactly how it needed to be. Yeah, no, that's basically exactly what I was thinking, to be honest. Yeah, Dobos has been exceptional so far. You know, the fastest lap of the race, and he's always been as far as I'm aware, since he's been out in front, he's been getting the fastest times of the race.
Yep, it's, and I've always said this, and anyone who's listened to my broadcast before will be bored of hearing me say this. Consistency will always outpace out and out speed. If you have a driver who is very quick in one lap and terrible in nine, you can't count on that. If you have a driver who is consecutively punching in regular same lap times, they, I'm afraid, are going to be the ones that will be chasing the leaders. For that, you need to be consistent. This isn't a 30-minute race, and I think Delbos is showing that, 3.7 seconds. So in the matter of minutes that we've been speaking, he's now actually 4 seconds ahead. So whether Willamote's maybe caught up behind traffic, which hasn't helped, but yeah, I mean Hunter Davis, that's great for him. P6, considering he was kind of losing, hemorrhaging laps and positions at the start of the race. That's pretty good going. I mean, if you were in Delbos' shoes in terms of pits, would you run to the very last second of your driver stint, knowing you have a little bit of an advantage over the Mustangs at the moment, or would you just go for whatever you had as a pit strategy before that?
Personally, I think the gap between him and McGonigal is fairly large.
Mm-hmm.
So I personally believe that the best thing you could do is almost pit earlier, in my opinion.
Yep.
I think possibly pit earlier, and then when McGonigal goes in for the pit stop, you're able to catch up and overtake him through that pit stop, because your secondary driver is already in there.
Yeah.
You know, your next driver is already in the car. You've got the pit stop done. It's just though whether or not you want to pit earlier for the final stint, because obviously we know it's fairly hard to keep it on the track, as we saw earlier with Southcott. It was very, very hard for him to keep that Mustang on, especially with the low grip tires near the end of the stint.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would personally do if I was a Hunter.
I think I would be the same. I'm just having a look. Everybody in the top 10 are around about 52 minutes into their stint, so they are going to have one more lap, and then they will have to come in to pit. It won't be a matter of if, it'll be a matter of when. We may see Sean Tempest then jump into the car, or does Delbos, is he doing a triple and then Tempest is doing the rest? But I'm just looking at the previous laps, and consecutively Delbos is dropping Willamote by a minimum of 0.3 of a second each lap. The prior lap to this was 0.9, almost a second. And I'm not seeing any real traffic in front of Willamote, so yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think he's almost about 5 seconds now. He has 5 seconds, so that's McGonigal's into the pits as well, and Luongo is on into the pits now. Luongo has, from our information that we've been given, he is actually a set of twins, a set of a twin. I'm not quite sure how you go about saying that, but yeah, they are twin brothers, and I believe they are from Italy, if I can even find my... Yeah, so twin brothers from Italy, and they've only been sim racing. Now this makes me sick. I don't know about Rio. I mean, I don't think Rio's been sim racing that long, but 8 months they have been sim racing, and the guys are doing a great job. It's sickening for somebody that's been doing it for 30 odd years in one way or another.
I've been personally racing for about 2 years.
Okay.
So fairly new still,
Yeah,
and it's not week in, week out. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. They're just a different breed. Some people just live and breathe racing online and stuff, and it's actually, like you say, a bit sickening because you see their skill and you're just like, why can't I have that?
Yep.
And then yeah, so we've seen Hunter Davies come into the pit, and also not Barry Hagen. Barry Hagen stays out.
Oh,
Oh no, he
interesting.
hasn't even come round yet.
Oh,
That's why. But yeah, the top 6 come in. Not Tempest though. Oh no, Tempest. Has come in.
Tempest
So
has
yeah,
just
so here
swapped
is.
out. Yep. So
There you
he's,
go. So here's Sean Tempest,
which
and
is,
Southcott has come out as well.
yeah. So Southcott 5.2 seconds behind. So both Tempest, or sorry, Dobos and Willamot had fantastic pit stops. It literally was the same time before when they entered. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I wonder where. I'm trying to see who's jumping in the car now. I think McGonagall's doing a second stint. Yep, he is. So Jordan. So is Callum waiting for the last session and going to come out and pull it all out the hat?
I think he might, but it's just a whether or not if McGonagall can try and catch up to some people now. I mean, look at the gap between him and Castagno. Oh no, no mind. But the gap between him and O'Reilly is 8.5 seconds. And yeah, the trajectory that McGonagall has been on hasn't been very good. You know, he came out the pits when he first got in the car in P2,
Yep.
and now in P10. So it
Yeah.
appears that it's either the Mustang's not suited to him or this track. And to be honest, in my eyes, he's doing really well still.
Yep.
You know, in a 40+ car grid, to be P10 is amazing. But yeah, no, his form so far hasn't been the best that it usually is.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully I didn't put pressure on him by talking about him and Callum before the race. I know some of the drivers and teams do have our streams on in the background, sometimes for information, and other times just to hear your name being called out, which I understand that. But I mean, Horman, what a race! P3 now after the pit stops.
Yeah, doing really well. Notice as well, Horman didn't switch, did he? I don't think he did.
Horman, I think, is doing it on his own. He's one of the
Wow.
solo crewed.
That's you know what? Hats off to Horman there.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I couldn't do this myself. Definitely not.
6 positions
Whoa.
he's gained since the start of the race. I'd also like to highlight there's 4 cars who are sitting with the fastest speed, the top speed on the track. The first one is Aston Martin of Jordan in P5. Next is Jongen, who's in the BMW. Next is Jordan McGonagall, or might be Callum, Jordan or Callum. And down in P39 is Stein Donkervolk with the exact same 247. So interesting, it's not Mustangs, it's Aston Martin and BMWs.
That's something that we are actually noticing now later on in the race, because earlier on it was definitely a Mustang dominated top 10, top 5, whereas now, like you're saying, it's definitely the Aston Martins coming up a bit more, and some of the Mercs as well. They're coming up. You know, you've got 2 Mercs in the top 16, top 20.
Yep.
But it's definitely a high amount of McLarens, Aston Martins, Porsches, and the odd Ferrari sprinkled here and there.
Just to make it interesting, Gamov is absolutely on the charge now. He is 7 tenths behind Horman for P3, and it looks like Horman does have some heavy traffic. Is the best way I can describe it. Lots and lots of cars ahead of him, so this is going to be interesting how Horman can do it. And I was talking about Peter Romeo earlier on, how I coined a move after him, and that move quite literally is you have a car chasing you and you...
there's a TOGA Motorsport.
Oh my...
Esport driver back there. Who was that?
Heavily damaged, that. I think that was it Zeta? Zeta's in the pits at the moment. That was a huge Oh, she got tapped from behind and then straight into the very, very square barrier. That's horrendous to see.
Oh, shame.
It was Mustang on Mustang. Yeah, that's horrible. I can only imagine her steering was probably about a 45-degree angle and she just RTG'd for it. Mank, think you and Bart were laughing at each other's errors for a few corners. We swapped places many times in a few laps. Say hello to him. Oh, amazing. So if you are listening, Bart, Mank says hi, how you doing? Much enjoyed your battles. But yeah, that was horrible to see, and certainly not Zita's fault. But yeah, back to Gamov. Horman has got traffic, but I said this earlier on, hats off to the back markers. I haven't seen very many back markers holding cars up.
No,
And
no, me neither. Yeah, even when you did take that very short break, there was definitely there was no contact separating the back markers or anything. I just would like to say as well, it's very nice seeing 316 and 318. P2 and P3. It's just something really nice in order. It's just, it's nice.
Absolutely.
It's just lovely.
You have the same issues I have. I like order. I like things set down side by side. Yeah, maybe an issue.
Oh, 100%. Maybe need to get checked out. That's a bit too much.
I think we do. Or we need to book ourselves into some kind of clinic or something. I don't know if there's a clinic for that kind of thing. But
it's called Motorsport Addicts. Motorsport Addicts. That's what it is. That's what it is. We'll get ourselves booked in for a session.
Well, absolutely. I'm sure Hayden will cover the cost for it. We have Mustang on Mustang action. Mustang. It's a bit like a moustache. Finlay O'Reilly has been caught by the hungry Jordan McGonigal to get back up into the top 10, and at the moment Jordan has reeled Finlay in, but there's a huge difference between reeling somebody in and then actually getting past them. I mean, they two Mustangs must be about 3 BMWs wide or something if they were to be side by side on track. So I do.
Oh, huge! I don't think people actually understand how large they are. No. They are. It's one of those things. I recently got Bathurst, and I love it. It's probably my favourite track in the world. I love it so much. I'm a bit of a Bathurst sweat, but I was just absolutely panning it around in different cars, seeing which ones were the best. Honestly, going down the downhill section in a Mustang was scary because you put power on and the back end comes out and you're like, and then you're coming down this downhill chicane section, you're trying to brake, and the Mustang brakes aren't the greatest. So there we see Jordan McGonigal going for the move. Finlay O'Reilly, what can he do? Nothing. He goes around the outsides. Anyway, back to my little story. There you go. I love it. This is like a podcast, you and me, and then we've just got cars in the background. That's what it is. That's what it should be, I think. No. No, it is just crazy because you don't understand it until you're driving one, how wide they are. Because going down, let's say the Bathurst downhill section, it's very much you need to have this car placed at the right position at the right time, otherwise you're going to hit a wall and die. You know what I mean? That's sort of basically what happens with them.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, when you see a Mustang,
there's a car stopped on track.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, there was. Is there? Yeah, there is. It's the.
Oh, is it turquoise?
Oh, it's the Golf Porsche. It's the Porsche or the Ferrari.
It's the turquoise Ferrari. I'm just rewinding to see if there was. Oh, they got on the power on the horrible. Oh my God! Oh, that was not pleasant to watch. So the power down at the corkscrew, not the corkscrew.
The just went wide. Just went wide.
And another Ferrari collected them.
Oh,
you can tell we can tell when we get to the same bit. Oh,
left and right.
That
would definitely
painful. Oh, yeah. So
If that was real life, I'd be like, yeah, no, I would not like to have seen that. Looking up in 4th position, you got a battle for 3rd. Oh, there's contact between the two. No, Gamov gets past, but I don't know if that would have been deemed as. Oh, I think that was not the way to get past. That was not the way to get past.
No, that wasn't his to take. That wasn't his to take. I'm not a steward, but that to me was a push to pass. Yeah, interesting. I actually was focusing on Peter Romeo, who just got past Jordan McGonigal. So I think, oh, Jordan's got a heavy lot of damage in front of that Mustang. Didn't see where that happened, but that Mustang is looking very, very poorly.
It is as well, yeah.
I'm assuming that Peter was maybe given the go-ahead just to go past Jordan. That's horrible to see. Jordan is only just out, so you know, is he going to run for 40 minutes with that kind of damage? Considering he's now in P12. What would you be your choice? Would you go in and get that fixed, Rio, or would you tend to want to stay out and try and salvage what you can?
Well, the thing is he's in P12, which is very commendable in the grids, but it's not a podium. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So you can only lose more. So what I'd say is, personally, I would pit now. Get some more tires probably, and just sort of refuel, get the damage fixed, and make sure that car is working how it needs to work. Because if it isn't on peak performance, you don't know whether it's the car or it's you.
Yeah.
You know, and that's something that you need to have as well. I know as well from my experience in the past, if you have damage to a car, albeit sim racing or real life, it'll be, and like the tires start going off, you don't know whether it's the tires or it's damage.
Yep.
So that really messes up your strategy, messes up your psychological mindset for what's your strategy and stuff. So it can cause you to make bad decisions. So my idea would be pit now, make sure that you've got enough time to gain later on in the race, and do it, because you know we've got just under 2 hours left.
Yep.
Like, we're halfway through this race. 2 hours remaining. A lot can happen. You know, we've done 71 laps. I'm estimating around 142 then, 140 ish laps.
Yep.
So we're about halfway through this race. That's a long way to go.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
And that you don't really want to be dragging loads of damage around for that stint.
It's I would be 100% the same. For anyone who says this is a game, first of all, how dare you? Secondly, damage is simulated in this game, so it does affect your car. Exactly as Rio says, it doesn't just affect whether it's mechanical, it affects aerodynamic. It's a huge long straight, the start-finish straight here at Kyalami, so every single time you're going on the power, you're losing time because of that damage. You're not able to get as fast a speed round an apex, or you know, these fast left-hand corners, you won't be able to take that full on with the amount of damage. So yeah, it's a long time to go in a stint with that kind of damage. Having unfortunately been there myself, it's only going to hemorrhage time. And you know, we watched Senator, who drove past round the outside of Jordan, and I know Jordan is a proud guy and he'll be absolutely kicking himself for that. We still don't know if it was his fault or if it was somebody else's fault. Hopefully we can find out at some point.
I'm sure we will. Right, let's have a look at the gaps to people. Oh, as we see Horman, P4, trying to take it to Gamon. That BMW is really able to make sure that he's there. He's alongside him.
Yep.
A lovely little battle between the two. God, you know what? That Lamborghini looks amazing from behind.
The wheels
Just want to put it out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely.
It's a beautiful looking car that wants to kill you in every corner.
Oh, absolutely.
I honestly thought Horman was going to have the advantage there because Gamow had to take a defensive line, which meant he was compromised for his racing line, but he absolutely made that Lambo stick where he needed it to stick. So I think we could see this going for maybe the rest of the stint, unless, God forbid, something happens.
Oh, absolutely. You know, like you said then earlier, just then, Gamow was just really able to stay there, stay where he wanted to be, and yeah, you just see that Lamborghini really able to dart across the track. The Beamer's not really able to be as nimble, whereas that Lambo is just able to stick.
Yeah.
And is really able to just swipe across at lightning speed and still keep the speed. It's really impressive to see the engineering behind it all. Because yeah, this is a simulator, but like you said earlier, it's state-of-the-art simulator. You know, everything's realistic as it can be.
Yep. And it's interesting. Very quickly, clean DC5er on TikTok. Unfortunately, I'm not Irish. I'm Scottish. I just have a bit of a mixed up accent. Not Kai on Twitch P9 P10 camera. Okay. Cairo Samuel, how you doing? You're taking over 86 at the end of this lap. Make sure I get my 15 minutes of fame. Will do. I hope you have a good stint. Oh, Southcott. Southcott's down in P4.
Oh, what's happened with
He's had some kind of issue. Oh, he's had a spin. I think he's had a collision with a back marker. Wow. Oh, and he nearly got in the way. Wow.
I just saw it, yeah.
Oh my goodness. That is not good. I would say thankfully he hasn't hit any barriers or anything, so I don't think there'll be too much damage, maybe to his, I don't know if he was on the inside of that 296 or the outside, but wow, that was what you don't want to see. But, you know, Horman's licking his lips.
Definitely not.
He's now challenging for P2, not P3.
Yeah, and that's even better, isn't it?
It is.
That's what he wants.
And I always say this, it's whether you're able to see your opponent in front of you, it gives you almost like a 1/10 of a second extra. It gives you that boost that you're like, oh, you're on a roll. And I think that's the same when you see the unfortunate incident with Southcott. You know, Horman and Gamow must be like, let's go. You know, where can we go from here? Okay, they're 20 seconds behind Tempest, but yeah, it gives you a boost. Just very quickly on the Lambo. So the Lambo always has a very short wheelbase, which makes it very, very easy to rotate. It's a car I have never been able to drive. I love the look of it, but for me, I just can't drive it. But and I think that's why you don't see many Lambo drivers, especially in the esports, the competitive pro leagues. It's maybe just not suited, but I love the look of the car. I'm with Rio. It's great to see the Lambo on track. Yeah,
no, it's lovely. Yeah, you said it there. You said it as almost as if you took it out of my mouth. You couldn't have said it any better, to be honest, there, Mac. But yeah, no, it is a lovely machine. Those Italians do know how to make
they do.
Beautiful cars.
They absolutely do. They've had a little bit of practice at it as well. So yeah, give me a second.
Top of the driver of the day is cut off screen by Barry.
Give me a second. There we go. I forgot it moves up the way rather than down the way. So there you go. Their driver of the day. Barry was just making sure his name was at the top. That's all he was caring about. How was your stint? How was your stint, Barry? Feel free to jump into comms if you want a wee chat. Any drivers who are in our Discord, send us a message. I don't mind you if you at me. I think I'm Admin Mac. Let me know and jump into the interview waiting room. We're always happy to chat to you to find out a little bit more of what's going on in the track. Maybe help us understand the race a little bit better as well. Right,
there we go. Let's have a little look. Barry says better. There we go. Awesome.
Thanks.
Right, let's have a little look at the timings so far. The last lap was the fastest lap It was Tempest. No, it wasn't. It was Gamov. He was the fastest. Oh, there's the Toga car backwards.
Oh, that's not
What
good.
is that? What is going on with them today? It's not going well.
Just trying to.
Is that
Oh,
a...
I think
no,
that
it's
was
not.
Reese, maybe.
Oh.
I'm just rewound it. Oh yeah, he just got. He was just doing a little bit of Tokyo drifting round the left-hander there.
Oh, shame.
But yeah, as Reese would do. Reese is obviously very, very switched on. He's steward and head admin and things. He knows to get that car out the way and hold your brakes until you get a gap. So, but I have to say, you know, Reese is down at P24. That's, you know, I'm sure he was in the 30s earlier on. So that's good to see Reese doing that. But let's see who else is. McGonagall down in P14 now.
Oh yeah, just yeah. Has he still got the damage? Yes, he does.
Think so. Yeah.
Shame.
He's unfortunate.
It's just he's just unable to.
So I've calculated, and my maths is never very good, but I'm sure 55 plus 55 gives you 1 hour 50. Now, if Jordan pitted now and repaired the damage, they would only have one more stop to go. Whereas other ones will be pitting nearer the end for that small section of time that's left. So I don't know if that's even in their thoughts at the moment, but it would certainly be something I would be considering.
Hey, Callum, Jordan, if you're listening, maybe take some notes. you need Mac as your race engineer, guys. What are you doing? He's coming up with the strategy here. You know, he's like a Christian Horner.
Oh God. Those that can't race commentate or team manage. That's what I say.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Heard it from here. Heard it from here.
Oh, Reese has got a drive-through. It looks like maybe for track limits.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, that's a rotten thing for him as well. Though I have to say, you know, Kyalami's a short pit in total. So as much as it's not great, it's maybe better than Spa. It's definitely better than Spa. It's probably better than Silverstone and most other tracks. So see if he comes in this lap.
So I'm just eating a biscuit.
No, you carry on. I'm just having a look because yeah, he's in now. So car 993 has been given a penalty for significant contact position gain. They've got a 30-second. No further action racing incident.
That's Kitsev.
Yeah. So
Dennis Kitsev down on P27.
That's so that will be served in the next pit stop, and as Reese comes out. So Reese, I'm going to say Reese didn't lose a huge amount of positions. I don't think he actually lost any. He's got Peters coming up behind him.
Didn't.
I have to say that is a beautiful, that beach bug Porsche just reminds me of the Golf.
Lovely.
The Golf livery.
Oh, don't.
Iconic. So iconic.
It is amazing. It's amazing.
It's one of the reasons I love racing the McLaren and ACC is because you can put the Golf livery on it. Oh.
Yeah. Have you seen the new Aston for the Bathurst 12R?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
Sorry, it's just that Porsche we were talking about nearly taking
nearly wiped him out. Yeah, I know.
I am actually going to Google it right this very second.
I've got a picture of it somewhere, and I'll send it to you. It is absolutely lovely.
Oh man, I cannot wait for the new Aston Martin to come in, hopefully into ACC2. That will be something that really will pique my interest again.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, that looks absolutely stunning.
Hang on.
Wow.
Hang on.
Oh my goodness.
It's a lovely livery. For those of you that don't know, and I'm hearing very mildly uncomfortable noises from Mac, it's a lovely livery from one of the teams from the Bathurst 12 Hour. They are an Aston Martin, and it's a lovely Gulf livery. So it's the orange, blue, black livery. It's really nice. Like probably one of the nicest cars I've ever seen. But yeah, no, that beach buggy livery definitely does remind me of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually going to stick on the just so everybody can actually see what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yep, there we go.
See if you can see that. Oh, it's not on yet. It's all right. You'll come on. So yeah, no. So far we have a good gap between everyone. That's I'm watching Goose Peters. Oh, there we go. He's trying to get past Reese Aindo. So yeah, there's quite fairly large gaps between everyone. Not many people can really do anything. Jordan McGonigal in the pits now, doing his driver's
interesting.
stop, I guess.
Interesting. I wonder if they have been listening.
Peters alongside Aindo. Can they go too wide?
Oh, no.
Aindo goes off. Oh my days! What a wow!
That was a sorry. I know
Reese.
that's directly in front of you at the moment. Let me rewind this so you know exactly why we're making noises that we are. That he was car control amazing from Reese, just to avoid that. But that that's what we talk about, the pressure and things. It's. Yeah, so I'm going to put on screen just now. This is the Aston Martin with the beautiful colours. That is just... It follows the contours of the car as well. It just looks so perfect for it.
100%. It's lovely. It's a lovely livery. I hope they don't damage it. I really hope. If they damage that car, I'm gonna cry. Like if there's a speck of dust, like I think they should just put it in a museum now.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like it doesn't even need to go on the racetrack. Just put it in a museum now. Let me have a look at it. But
here's what could have been.
Literally. Here's Callum Jones now. He's taken over from McGonigal.
Okay.
So that's quite interesting. He's in P20,
yeah.
And can Jones get his way up back through the ranks? Wow, you know what? It wasn't a great stint from McGonigal there, sadly. From P2 to P20. I hate to say it, but it just it was pretty poor. But let's hope that when he comes back out, if he comes back out, I think he will, won't he, for his final one?
He might, or Kyalami might double stint. It depends how they've basically set up the strategy. I mean, I don't know about you, Rio, but when I end up making a mistake and causing damage, it's in my head for laps upon laps after it, and it takes so much to get your head back into the game or back into the race. I really struggle with getting it out of my head and just carrying on.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely one thing where once you make a silly mistake, like even just locking up, that takes a bit of a toll on you, because especially in a race like a esports race like this, it's definitely very much a psychological factor of no, I made a mistake. How can I that was a stupid mistake. Blah 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 blah. And eventually, most of the my days, Callum Jones. Wow, that was a very sideways Mustang then. Wow. Sorry, I just absolutely... Yeah, wow, that was a very sideways Mustang.
He hasn't repaired the damage.
No, he hasn't, no.
Unless it's just glitched on my screen.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't repaired the damage.
Wow.
That's odd.
It is very odd.
Well, it is Callum.
It is Callum. I mean, Callum doing Callum things on track. Junior's just got past back tier for P18 as we're watching the replay. Sorry, carry on.
I forgot what I was saying, to be honest. We're too busy talking about Callum and all this. I'm at the minute watching Peter Romeo. Peter, you were in the Twitch earlier, so I just want to say hello, and if you're driving, good luck. In P11, he's in the number 90 Aston Martin. So yeah, he's all over the back of O'Reilly. This is how he can get into the top 10. 4 tenths separate him and O'Reilly. I'm going bonnet cam because I want to see this. This is going to be a lovely little battle. So that Mustang of O'Reilly is really able to... a bit of a moment there from Romeo.
Yep.
Jeez.
That is unusual.
That was,
it's unusual. A bit of counter steering going on as well. So it looks like Peter's really pushing hard.
Oh, 100%. You know, I think it's getting near the end of his stint. I think those tires are going to be warming off, and you know, it's starting to wear out. The grip levels is going to be fairly low, even though I mean the actual track surface itself has a lot of grip laid down. Those tires themselves, you can see just in the interior camera angle, you can see how much he's having to twitch that wheel going through the corners. I can guarantee you through here he's going to have a little twitch. On the exit. No, he doesn't actually, to be fair. He keeps it a bit of a... wow, that's very impressive by him. I guess he's adjusted his driving to it, which is a... Wow, that's a very good skill to have, may I add.
Yes.
If you were able to... Oh, bit of a twitch there again. So yeah, that's sort of something that's happening with him. As you can see, his struggling is allowing O'Reilly to sort of carry on a bit. So O'Reilly just goes wide there.
That was really missed apex there.
Yeah, so it's 2 tenths between the two now, Romeo and O'Reilly. Can Romeo find a way past, looking for the inside? Can he outbrake him? What's O'Reilly going to do? Nothing, they're side by side. That Mustang is on the outside now. He's got the inside for this twisty section. There's nothing he can do there. That Mustang just has too much power for that Aston Martin to keep up.
And I have to say, both these cars, when they're set right, can eat curbs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh yeah.
You saw that on the I call the sharp left hander the first corner. It's not. It's the second corner. But you then got the right hander going up the hill. There's a horrible curb that if you hit it wrong in different cars can send you to the moon. And you saw that these two were just straight over it without even unsettling the car in any way.
Yeah, that's yeah. It's great racing, great racing technique, and great driving overall. Oh my days! We're just going past a graveyard of cars. That was scary. The fact that I screamed, you screamed, we all screamed for ice cream. You know, it's wow. I actually got a jump scare there. My heart sank. That shows how much we are into this.
Exactly. Yeah.
I've only just realised. I looked out my window. It's dark now, so it's pitch black for me.
Oh yeah. So
the last time I realised was wow. Okay.
An hour and a half left.
Yes. But no, that was the reaction speed of Romeo there was immense for the TOGA Esports driver. He did really well there, and yeah, no, the fact that he turns around this blind corner and sees 2 cars, one of them's blocking half the track, and bear in mind you can see the twitchiness of that wheel. He's really trying to fight the car to even stay on the track. The fact that he managed to navigate his way through, like Lightning McQueen in the first cars, was really well actually, to be fair. So hats off to you, Romeo.
Absolutely, I think Finley's struggling with grip. He's sliding everywhere now. I think it's only a matter of time that Peter's going to catch him. Cider and P6 got a drive-through. That'll be for track limits, so that's painful. But again, may not lose too much. Might lose a couple of positions.
Oh, may I add, Senator behind Romeo, or Romeo, sorry, is on the back of him.
Yeah.
So it's P10, P11, and P12, all within a second of each other. Ooh, this is gonna get tasty.
Absolutely, and I think Finlay is able to use the advantage of the power, but it looks like he's really struggling with tyres now. I'm just gonna have a quick look and see that actually only half an hour into the stint, so 22 minutes left of their stint if they pushed it to the end. Oh, Peter going very wide, missing that. That's going to let 296 catch very closely behind as we go into the wing cam to see that 296. So, an interesting fact, when our Ollie created the skins for the very first TOGA esports, there was a certain member's face on the underside of the rear wing of the Aston Martins, and you had to watch him, and that person is obviously Hayden, Mr. TOGA, so you had to stare at Hayden if you were following a TOGA esport, and it took a little while for people to realise unless they were told about it.
I didn't even know about that. Well, that's, you learn something new every day, I guess.
Exactly, I think it's been removed.
Oh, Peter, you broke way too much there, mate. Wow, that allows... Ooh,
wow.
That was close.
Yeah, and
Vincenzo
that's
is... Yeah, there you go, he's up now. What can that Aston, though, do in a straight line? He got the speed, he's really able to get the car stopped, and he's keeping that apex there. Senator... Oh, they're too wide now. I gotta go helicam for this so I can see the racing, because this is absolute cinema. Senator is looking to try and get past Romeo for that Aston. Oh, it's the Ferrari at a moment. Taking way too much curb. Do you know what that was?
That was a Ferrari doing
Not
Ferrari
the curb
things.
of death.
It wasn't the curb of death.
It wasn't the curb of death.
No,
that was a normal old curb.
That's right, just a standard curb.
Yeah. So imagine what the curb of death will do to that Ferrari. We don't want to find out.
No,
we don't want to find out at all.
No. Jordan in the 404 has pitted from P7, I think he was. He's pitted. That's interesting.
Yes, he was.
So I wonder if they are kind of trying to cut the kind of odd minutes that's going to be left from the 55-minute driver stints. He comes out in P12. Cider was also in, but he doesn't look like he's lost any positions. But yeah, so this battle with Senator has actually allowed Finlay just to kind of drive off to the sunset a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that Finley's hoping for, I guess. Especially in that Mustang with so much power underneath them. He's really able to fly away in a straight line. And yeah, it'll definitely help if his two main rivals at the minute, the two closest people that will steal away 8th place from him, are going to be battling. So that's going to be really helping him fly away from them. Even though he has a loss of grip at the minute, yeah, it's definitely one of those things that he's counting as lucky stars for.
We're on board with the very similar to the Gulf livery of the Porsche, just listening to the engine hum like a hummingbird, I think is the best way of describing it. It's just such an amazing noise coming from it. But this is Peters trying to reel in Miro for P24, but at the moment Aston Martin is able to keep the Porsche at bay.
I've just noticed they've got someone's face on the front of their car.
Who I can't remember.
They've got someone's face on the front of the car. If you go in the bonnet cam, at the very, very bottom of the screen,
oh,
you
so
can see
they
a certain
do.
face.
I'm gonna try.
Who is that?
I don't know. I don't know if that's like. Hopefully, TV1 camera might be able to pick it up.
Who knows?
Nah, it's not quite.
No, it's in the scoop, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know who that is. It actually looks familiar.
Yeah.
551. So if anyone's in the Beach Bug team, can they let us know who the person is on the bonnet of the
I'm gonna do
Porsche?
I'm gonna do my little things.
Todd, no, the voting I think may be broken. It seems to be working for some people, but not for everybody.
So I just did F7. It's the meme of the bald guy that's stood
yes,
there.
yeah.
Yes, and then they've got Vaseline and Dell as their main sponsors. That's a brilliant one.
Oh, I love when
Oh,
teams have
I
got a
actually
bit of
love
sense of
that.
humour.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Callum
Oh,
is
wow.
now all over the back of Junior. So yeah, Callum has had that damage fixed, or certainly the main parts has been fixed on that car. It's just the ACC being a little bit ACC like. But Mustang on BMW here, can Callum make this count? It looks like maybe just a bit too much to ask for him. Oh no. Stand by. BMW was very, very wide. I don't know if he was maybe expecting Callum to come down, but it was that awkward dance that you kind of see dads and daughters doing, or mums and sons. It just is cringeworthy, but you can't not watch it. I hope that doesn't insult anybody. Oh, Senator's got past Peter Romeo.
Oh, that's something. That's something noteworthy of. I wonder how he did that.
Looks like maybe the first or second corner. I don't know if Peter went a bit deep on the brakes.
Potentially, yeah.
But Senator right on the back bumper now of Finlay O'Reilly as he looks to try and put pressure on the Mustang driver.
Yeah, definitely. This is something that we, you know what? 4 hours actually doesn't feel very long. Well, it does, but it doesn't as well.
Yeah.
It's one of those things as well. Now, imagine if we did a 24 or a 12.
Oh.
Speaking of the 12s, we were going to have a charity 12-hour race. Pretty sure it's 12, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But it's been postponed for now. Until we can get enough drivers in. So, if you are thinking about doing something very kind for charity, but also having a bit of fun with your mates and, doing that type of stuff, you can enter our TOGA Discord server, and I think we should start a petition. Maybe we should start a petition of people. Get loads of signatures and stuff online of people doing this. And we'll try and get some more drivers out for helping a charity, because who doesn't want to help charity, eh?
Exactly.
If you don't, what's wrong with you?
Exactly.
You're a horrible person if you don't. No, I'm only kidding. Yes, this is my way of bullying people into doing this, so I can carry on with my job.
Exactly. Mitchell, there you go. I voted for you. I don't know what's going on. We'll do a hashtag blame Hayden in the chat and just blame him anyway. We're on board with car number 4, McLaren size check. I think that might be how it's said, but the McLaren's going to have to do some special things to get past the... oh, well, maybe not. It's...
What? They're just getting his elbows out there, isn't he? That Mustang. That Mustang is really...
it's going to be what it's called from now on, really, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, 100% Mustang. So that's what's his name.
I'm sure it was a Jardier that called it. Is that what he... I'm sure he pronounced it as Mustang at one point, just with the lost in translation part. But so that's actually... He is up to P13 now. Beautifully done.
Wow, that's really good. Let's see where Callum is. Callum Jones, P17. So he's made, 3 positions so far?
Yeah.
That is really good. He's doing well, especially with 1 hour 26 to go. He's absolutely on it. On it like a car bonnet.
Exactly. And Finlay's actually catching up to Peter Romeo again, so this could be a nice little battle that we see going on. Peter's 1 second behind Senator at the moment, so none of them actually capitalising on being ahead of the other one, and it's just feeding through some of the back markers that have just come out of the pits.
Yep. Yeah, there you go then. This is It's what's happening then, I guess. Right, so let's do a little rundown of our top 10. I'll do the first 5 if you want, and I'll let you do the seconds. It's fine.
Okay.
So in first position, the man so far in first position is Sean Tempest. He has the fastest lap so far. It's a 1 minute 40.457. Second position is Evgeny Gamov. There you go. Third is Horman. Fourth is Southcott, and then fifth is Youngen.
Beautifully done. We have Senator in P6, Vincenzo. I haven't been practicing my Italian, honestly. We've got our very own Peter Romeo chasing him down. And then we have the Formula GT driver Finlay O'Reilly for P8. We then have Diego Antonio Fior, P9. And we have Matt Jordan, who's managed to bring himself back up to P10. Keep an eye out for Matt and his co-driver, because they've been a bit of a grey man today. They've kind of sneaked up into like top 5, top 6 at points without really being noticed.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we haven't really paid attention to them because they've just been picking off their competition slowly. You know, getting there up the positions. You know, just like taking the time, doing a little thing, taking a little samba. You know, and yeah, you know what, that HSR Esports Aston Martin is doing really well. On great form so far. Can they keep it up though? That's the main thing that everyone is always trying to do. So yeah, if you haven't already and you're tuning in, please do vote for the driver of the day. You can only vote on YouTube and Twitch. To vote, all you need to do is type into the chat !vote, all lowercase, then space, and then type in the driver number. If you don't know what the driver number is and you can't see it on the screen, just ask us and we will tell you. Yes, I just want to give a little shout out to Kian Shaheen. He does kart racing in the UK, very high level. He's very fast and he's doing very well. He's tuning in today, so we've got Glory watching, which is quite nice.
Oh, very nice.
Right, there we go then.
We're watching on board Terry Botex and Mr. Pocket himself. Nissan on BMW action. Now that's not something you hear every day on ACC, but I have to say that Nissan is looking particularly tasty to take that from Pocket. Now, Mr. Pocket, oh, there's a huge commentator's curse. Sorry, Terry. Sorry. I'll go away from you. Oh, I hate doing that. Oh my goodness. The force is strong with me today, obviously. Mr. Peter Romeo, just within a second still, not really any movement, but that was a great battle between Terry Botex and Picorni, both Toga Academy drivers. So, and again, just a very quick shout out, if you are interested in joining our academy or our esports team, then if you're on Twitch or YouTube, !academy or !esports, depending on what you want to apply for, we'll give you a Google form that you can fill in. Now, it would be easier for everybody involved if you are on our Discord, just so that they can open a ticket, bring you into the ticket, and then discuss at a further date. But yes, you can absolutely. We also have a merch store, !merch, on Twitch or YouTube. Unfortunately, TikTok where I can't put any commands on for some reason. !merch will get you the link to our merch store, which I can confirm pretty good quality. I have many t-shirts already, so and there you go, the love is in the YouTube chat for you, Rio.
Oh, is there? Hang on, I'll check it out. Cheers, we appreciate it. Yeah, of course, mate. Glad to have you in the chat with us, tuning in today. So we've got 1 minute 21 minutes remaining of this 4-hour endurance race. So we've been here since 2:30, and it's coming up to 6 o'clock. When you put it like that, sounds like a long time, but it certainly hasn't felt like that way. As I'm just watching Horman make his way through the back markers. You know what? They make it look so easy.
They do.
It's not. It's not. To be fair, they're doing very well, but it's also the back markers are behaving themselves, and they're not going crashy into the leaders.
Absolutely.
So there's definitely a sense of assistance. But yeah, no, yeah. So, Gamov has taken
Yep,
first position. I
Tempest
didn't
is
even
into
notice
the
that. Tempest
pits.
has gone into the pits, so they'll be doing a driver change, I think.
Matt Jordan,
Um,
Mr. Greyman, has up into P9 now.
How are they doing that? I have no idea. They're just sneaking up. I didn't even notice that until you said that.
Yep. Oh, it looks like
They're just grey.
it looks like Cairo Samuel has maybe had an oopsie or something. No.
Oh.
Oh, I think it's a little bit of team orders from the TOGA Academy. 3 TOGA Academy cars all in the same area. That's a beautiful screenshot if anyone ever wanted that. But yeah.
There you go. I just clipped it so we can have that.
Oh, amazing. But yeah, so definitely I think Tempest, I don't know. They're all sitting about 50 minutes. The top 4 are anyway. Tempest back out, so he's doing another stint. That's interesting.
He's got one more to go, I think, doesn't he?
Yep. There's actually 2 stops left yet, with 1 hour and 19 to go. I wonder if Gamov is going to come into the pits this time then, or is he going to try and stay out? He's staying out.
Well, I mean, he's staying out. So, do you think maybe next lap he'll be doing it?
He's got
potentially.
He's
got a while out, hasn't he?
He's only got 4 minutes 15. So.
So about 2 more laps,
yeah,
3 more laps.
Maximum 2 laps left. He might try to capitalise. I'm not getting a great view of what's in front of him at the moment. Not a huge amount of cars, so if he can get some qualifying laps in, that would certainly help him. They're currently kind of lapping 141s in the top 3 anyway.
Yeah. Well, you see in there, Sean Tempest. He, just over a minute slower than his average lap time.
Mm-hmm.
Which, to be fair, is actually quite good for his pit stop. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty fast pit stop in GTs. So yeah, it's certainly not Formula One level where it's like a second.
Yeah,
for the pit stops, it takes a little bit longer, but that's why we love it because it involves a bit more strategy.
It certainly does, and it's a minimum of 30 seconds if you're taking tyres and fuel, which I assume everybody is doing at the moment, but obviously they've got 55 minutes, so those who have just pitted, let's say they've pitted with 1 hour and 20 minutes left, they are going to have a 25-minute sprint at the end, so that they can reset their pit timer. Now, there is a little hack on ACC where you can do a drive-through and it resets your driver time without having to stop in the pits. But you would be doing 1 hour and 20 on one set of tyres, and I'm not sure how many cars would have capacity in a fuel tank to go for 1 hour 20. 1 hour 10 maybe, or I think round about 70 odd laps, or no, it's 110 or 120, depending on the car. They all have different sizes of fuel tanks. So I think strategy is still going to be a thing near the end. Maybe not so much. I don't know what the time was between Tempest and Gamov, but at one point it was it not up in the 20 seconds or something? It was definitely
it was something around that.
Yeah, absolutely.
The gap between them now, they're starting to space themselves out a bit more, so it's harder to find a bit more action. Everyone's really sort of spaced out more. The only closest is P28. He's 6/10 off, but that's 2 TOGA cars, so I'm not sure if they get the team orders to fight or they get the team orders to just chillax, guys.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the same team, so don't take each other out if you do. I'm not sure.
I'm just having a little sneak look into their Discord to see. I certainly don't see any of. Obviously, Reese is racing, so he certainly can't be in. Ollie is the one in control of the esports team as well. So I'm not seeing either of them. So maybe it's just a decision that's been made by the drivers, which is good to see because sometimes drivers do need to make the call. But yeah, so Gamov into the pits now. So that would release Horman, but I believe Horman will need to pit as well.
You know what? I'm just on board with Cedar here. It's a lovely sound that Porsche makes.
Oh.
I just absolutely lovely. You know, it's one of a kind, to be honest. It's probably my favorite car to listen to.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. It just, I mean, I drove the Porsche for a while and it was a pleasure. And that's what I said. Somebody asked me, the top 3 are into the pits as well. Somebody asked me what the best starting car is in ACC for a beginner, and I basically said there's multiple, but choose one that has a beautiful engine sound to you because you're going to be listening to that for hours on end.
Yeah.
So make sure it's something that you can put up with, rather than something that you don't enjoy. So Tempest will come through. He's just come through last corner now onto the start-finish straight to take over P1 again. And
he's played this really well, to be honest. I know he's not P1. Horman and Radionov have played this very well.
Wow, so they have. So they have literally... how have they... Wow. I wonder if they haven't taken tyres. I wonder if... because it does actually tell me how long they were stopped for. Yeah, so Horman was 14 seconds he was stopped, so he hasn't taken tyres. So this is him doing that awkward little time in between a full driver stint. So yeah, at the moment, I think Radionov, who's taken over for the Lamborghini, they were 32 seconds. Tempest was 49 seconds. Now, either that must have been for damage or something kind of messed up. That's very unusual.
Yeah, very strange. Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, you've really got to think about how long you can stay in the pits for, if it will affect you drastically. Because like we saw there, you know, if you choose not to, oh my days, a P9 of the McLaren just sounds lovely as well. I just switched to it as it was mid maxing out the revs, like, whoa, got a rush from that. Oh, there seems to be a car off. That is the Gulf livery. Oh no, that's the turquoise McLaren, I think. Yet again off. But anyway, no, yeah, pit stop strategy is definitely something that you need to think about. It involves, it's a very big part in the race, obviously, especially in the longer hours and the longer duration races, such as like what we've got here with the 4 hour, and yet the fact that, you know, Tempest came out and got a faster pit stop time, and you know, it just meant that he's able to gain more positions. Oh my! Jongen very, very close to the 18 there of Pakiri.
Oh,
that was scary. I just clipped that there. Yeah, if you go back to Jongen, probably about 30 seconds back, that was not fun. Under the braking. Wow, that stopped me on my tracks. I can't even remember where I was. No idea. So yeah, who are you watching at the minute?
I just went back. There's a battle for the P9 that you were talking about there. We're just watching.
Oh, here we are. Oh, there's contact. There's contact. Oh, I just hit him. He span out again. Oh, hold your brakes.
So this is a battle for P10. We've got our very own Barry, the Northern Irish. Barry! Wow. That was last late breakers. Barry almost side by side. Barry, being a steward, will know exactly what rules can be flirted
Followed.
with, and others that are non-negotiable. But Barry, I don't know if Barry's got an extra couple of horsepower under that bonnet, but that 296 was a sitting duck. So Barry takes P10 for the Toga Esports team, and he's 12 seconds behind. I think Horman has played a blinder. He is 13 seconds ahead of Radonov, and Tempest is starting to cut down the time now between him and Radionov. Yeah, I mean, Tempest 140.9 and Radonov 141.9 in the last. So 1 second a lap has been taken off. Interesting.
That is astronomical in in GT racing. That's really good. So what's that? Every lap. So hang on, in 12 laps, we're gonna have Tempest on the back of Radionov.
Yep, and I'm just going to work out if they're doing a 141. So that's going to be about 17 minutes, give or take.
Yeah, around that. Yes.
Yeah. So, and that will play into. Now, this is a thing. So,
yeah, that's about right.
So if you're in a position of Horman, you always have another stop to do. Now let's have a look at their stint times. So everyone has to do another stop minimum. Horman is 5 minutes into 55. Radionov 5 minutes into 55. Tempest 10.5 minutes into 55. So either you can run the full 40 odd minutes, 45 minutes you've got left, and then take your last pit, or do you wait until the timer gets to 55 minutes and then pit, and then that means you've got an entire last 55
Stint.
minutes?
Yeah, that's it. All comes down to the strategy, doesn't it? And you know, when you're trying to pit for the driver swaps, you got to think about, okay, what's their pace like compared to mine?
Yep.
Who's going to be best suited for where we are right now in the race? You know, as we saw earlier with McGonigal and Jones, McGonigal was definitely not suited compared to Jones. I mean, Jones is already up into P14 from P20, so he's definitely the one to watch there for his car, really. I wouldn't be surprised if he carries on for the final stint, but like you say, it's sort of a matter of, do you pit at the latest you can go so that you don't need to pit again before the end? And I think that's what a lot of these drivers are going to be doing.
Yeah,
personally.
I would agree, because if you go to the maximum, you're going to have about 25 minutes left of the race on fresh tyres and only 25 minutes of fuel, rather than running the fuel down if you were to take the pit stop at 55 minutes to go. So it is something to have to think about, and as Rio said, think about the time. You know, if you're stuck in traffic a lot, yes, pit earlier, because you're going to get away from all that and hopefully come out in some fresh air. But if you have a free ground in front of you, then maybe you just want to stay out and see how it goes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, it's basically just a fact of where can you go, what can you do, and what's best suited for the current position that you're in. Right, that's everything's sort of spread out a bit. There needs to be action. Give me action, please.
I was actually going to so we're actually on board with, or we're watching Callum Jones at the moment. We have been talking a lot about Callum. So Callum is 28 years old and he's from Leicester in England. He's been karting for 18 years, winning multiple rental kart championships and a few 24-hour wins. Wow, that's hardcore. Competitively sim racing since 2018, starting on PlayStation with the Gran Turismo, qualifying for the World Series Showdown in 2021, moved to ACC and PC full-time in 2023, and he's won 3 TOGA championships as well as multiple wins both in TOGA and elsewhere. Favourite drivers? I'm actually... This actually warms my heart. Jenson Button and Jimmy Johnson in the NASCAR, and Ryan Blaney as well. Jenson Button, like, I think he was always overlooked. And I actually watched, I don't know, Rio, if you watched the Braun documentary.
Yeah, I did watch that. Yeah, that was brilliant.
That, to me, I loved that year of Formula One because it turned everything on its head. Like, the assumption that Ferrari and you know, all the top manufacturers were just going to walk away with it, and then comes this team of you know, nearly on its knees, nearly getting sold.
They were literally nobodies.
Yeah, absolutely. People that are probably working for a lot less than what they would, just so that they still got a job, they can keep the lights on and come and win it. Like, that, to me, it was a sensational season. And Jenson Button, he seems a nice guy, as well as he is a really good driver. He obviously had James Baldwin in his GT3 team as well, for a short period of time. I can't remember, I think it was maybe the British GT3 championship, but he certainly had it for a little while. So yeah, big shout out to Jenson. Obviously, I don't think he's going to be watching, but you know, shout out anyway.
He may be.
Yeah, maybe. So
he's yeah, you never know. We've had a couple of people in the past, I'm sure, of a fairly high regard tuning in, I'm sure. I haven't been here for a while, but I'm sure that there have been at some point somebody of a high status in motorsport has probably gone in.
Yeah, we've got Humour, who's a couple of drivers have now got it on coming down very fast left hand. You're coming into a right and actually clipping the grass, which is then just causing them to slide into the gravel. So Humour actually lost a place there, down into P7 now, with the Mercedes. So I don't think he's got any damage, so that'll help him a little bit. But talking about famous people, we do have a TOG cast, which is basically our version of a podcast, over on YouTube, where I basically sit down and chat to various members of the TOGA community, TOGA staff. But I also had the privilege to sit down with Jardier and have what basically was a 2-hour conversation trying to roll into a 1-hour podcast, asking him questions that I don't think have been asked as much. And just trying to find out a little bit more about the man who is now real life racing, thanks partly to sim racing. Well, a lot of it, because a lot of the sponsors from his sim racing career are backing him in the real life. So he's in the Renault Clio. He's been racing Spa. He's been battling. Who knows where that might go? So if you do like Jardier and you'd like to hear what he has to say about anything to do with life, with his decisions about going full time as a sim racer, about streaming, anything at all, go and have a look at our podcast directory on YouTube. And happy listening.
Well, that sounds really interesting. I might listen to that when I have some free time. At the minute, though, I'm watching Ethan Davies, the battle for 19th. Finally, some action.
Come on! Let's
just come past
out.
It's Chow Jr. Come on. Right. Chow. Okay, I know... Oh, yeah, he can't hear me. But I'm speaking to his soul. Okay, Chow. I need action. Okay, we've gotten so bored, we started talking about the TOGcast, and that is like something, you know. So we need this. We need some action, please.
It will be interesting.
Or you can just let him run away and go wide. That's
that's an option.
That's something
as well.
That's something I would be doing. That's a Rio moment, to be honest.
The Royal Motorsport. So nice to see. I know there's a few fans in there. So yeah, voting is still open for another hour for driver of the day. Fastest lap in this race will get an extra 2 points. Now I could be lying and say it's 3. But 2 extra points for fastest lap, which is it could come down to it. The next round we have is Bathurst.
Oh, I love Bathurst. Oh, yes.
March the 1st at 2 p.m. GMT. That is double points. So that is well worth drivers and teams showing up for, because that could make or break a championship. You know, maybe didn't do very well in this due to whatever damage or whatever. Double points could just make a total difference. We then have round 3, which is April the 5th at 2 p.m. GMT, and it is a 3 times multiplier at Spa. Interesting. And our very last one, on the 10th of May at 2 p.m. GMT, is a Hungaroring. So that's a beautiful track. I love the Hungaroring. If only I could drive it properly.
But, hey, I was calling it Zolder the other day, so
well,
it's okay.
You know, I'm sure it's been called a lot worse.
But, yes, I'm sure, by many drivers.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's nice that there's such a variation of tracks. Obviously, Spa is quite an iconic track for obvious reasons. But Hungaroring, I think, is a beautiful secret that maybe is overlooked as when you're talking about tracks. Because let's face it, if I was to ask you, name your top 3 tracks, what would they be, Rio?
Bathurst, Monaco, and probably Imola.
Oh, yeah, that's a good choice. Imola, yeah. Imola has almost everything you would want or hate as a racing driver.
Fast corners, cambered corners,
yep.
slow corners. It's got everything. Yeah, it's great, Imola. I really like Imola. Bathurst is my favourite overall. It's just lovely. And then Monaco, you've got the history. It's like Bathurst, but for rich people. It's just great. Yeah, there's nothing that tops them in my opinion. What about your ones?
I'm going to be controversial and say I don't like Monaco. I think it's just a procession track. It does nothing excites me about it, and I don't like driving it myself. So that's my controversial part for today. I'm going to say, and I'm going to kind of stick to ACC because that's more my kind of knowledge. I'm going to say obviously Silverstone. I love Silverstone. It's fast flowing. It's open. It's it's got a lot of things where a setup on a car could really make a difference. I'm going to say you kind of took Imola, so I don't want to say Imola. Kyalami, actually. I'm going to say, as much as I actually hated this track, I actually love it now, and I love it because it has taken me so long to try and drive it. Now, to give you an idea, it takes me about 100 laps to learn a track properly. Watching YouTube videos and breaking points and turn-ins and things like that. So it takes me a lot longer to learn than a lot of drivers, especially when you hear like Callum saying 7 laps to just practice a couple of things. But yeah, so Kyalami is definitely one. Silverstone, and I really don't want to say Spa because I think it's a little bit over glamorized at times, and again,
I could see that.
That might be a little bit controversial, but let me have a think. Do you know I love Brands Hatch?
I was just about to say Brands.
Yep, I love the bumps. I love turn 1. I love the unsightedness of camber. I love the awkwardness of it all. Yeah, so I think that would be my 3.
Oh, that's a good shout. We're just watching Finley O'Reilly make a move for 11th. Unable to make it stick. Yes, he has made it stick. It's a drag race. We knew that Mustang has got the straight line speed, has got the horsepower, and is really able to get past that Ferrari as fast as possible. And there we go. He's got the move nice and sorted. Next up, though, is Barry, who's 15 seconds up the road. So, Barry, I think you're safe for now, mate.
Yeah, okay. You've got 56 minutes left. So again, we're coming into the the period where there's a CRF. I don't know who that is. A McLaren straight into the barriers. That was Ethan Davis. It was Ethan Davis. So yeah, we're gonna have a look at this because I think this was maybe too much on the loud pedal, but maybe I was wrong. So let's not. I mean, it's a gaggle of cars. Let's not be wrong here. Slightly off racing line, and he hits the horrible kind of straw mat, woven stuff that's on the edge of the track, and it's just spun him completely. So that's horrible to see for Ethan, but he's back on. I think that car might have quite a bit of damage. Certainly looking a little bit upset with itself.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But yeah,
Mr. Gray is in P4.
Ooh. Mr. Gray. Look at that. Again, just slips under the radar.
Yep.
Just drives, like...
peacefully, keeps his nose clean.
And, So, I mean, I have to say this is interesting. Sean Tempest has only, but has only managed to bring the gap to P2 down to 8 seconds. Now, if you were to pit just now, because let's face it, it would be a prime time. If you were wanting to go for a full stint to the end, this would be a prime time to do it. Now, at the moment, Horman has got 18, 19 seconds of a gap between Tempest and himself. Maybe time is now before... let's have a look and see if Horman's got any... Oh my goodness, I was going to say, has he got any traffic? And I just see a wall of cars. Well, that would answer my question there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, personally, what's the gap between Horman and... so it's an 11.5 second gap from first to second.
Yep.
I think... what's the average? The average pit stop, a fast pit stop, is about a minute. No.
I would say maybe
around
45 seconds, maybe, if you're doing tyres and fuel. Say,
let's say 45. Let's say 45 seconds. That'll pop down to what, P6, P7. From that P6, P7, that's not a great place to be. But that you also know that everyone else ahead of you needs to pit as well. So I think at the minute it's sort of a game of let's see what the leader does, and the leader's sort of like, well, let's see what everyone else does. And it's sort of we just see last place there. That is Sadewa going into the pits there, the first car to pit. Obviously, it doesn't really matter what they do because they're at the back of the field, but it's interesting to see.
Is that pleasing your eye? P38 is 898 and P39 is 989.
Ooh, there he is.
Oh no, he's disappeared. No.
He's gone.
So from putting your limiter on, getting in, doing a 30-second and back out is about 55 seconds in total. So, Mr. Beanie.
What's this, sorry?
Mr. Beanie. Now, I did say I would get this on stream at some point. Look at this livery. It is spectacular. This is a holy cow racing. And I think it has everything anyone would ever want on a car livery.
That's
it's
lovely.
Beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. So hats off to the livery designer for that. Stein Donkervolt getting himself into P30 at the moment, chasing down Tristan Dobson, who's a little snatch of oversteer there. So Stein trying to break into the top 20, which that McLaren's looking really twitchy. Almost like it's maybe not a wheel that's been used, but I don't want to say that. I mean, that's could be disrespectful, but Tristan moves over. Wow, that was a big dive to the left. I genuinely thought he was actually moving out of the way.
Yeah, very strange. That's just allowing the TOGA esports car to look. That's really weird driving there from Tristan.
I'm confused with it. We see Kevin Picchieri taking P24 from Van der Valk. He's 1.3 seconds behind Ethan Davis at the moment, who may be running with some damage.
Yeah, so I'm just going to be having a little look at the stats. Oh, so far, Horman has increased by 8 positions.
That's good.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Most positions gained so far is Van der Valk, 16.
That's good. That's epic. Epic.
The most positions lost so far. Let me just have a look. Yeah, it's them. Most positions lost, 11 by by name. So that's the Ford Performance Racing team down in P21. So that's not really what you want, but it's still a while to go. You could make it up.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Fergal over in TikTok. Yeah, absolutely. This game is clean off at the weekends. It has become Wreckfest. I tend to find that that's obviously when schools are finished for the weekend and things, it just becomes chaotic and undrivable for open lobbies or even different, competitions, whether it's LFM or elsewhere. We're seeing Ethan Davis coming back at P22 at the moment, and he's chasing down Naeem in the as actually Rio was just saying, the Ford Mustang livery. There's quite a lot of cars, and as you can see on the track, there's only 3 small gaps you could actually say is space on the track. Wow. Okay.
Ethan is getting very, very close to that Mustang there.
And again,
wow.
Are you seeing the Mustang moving as if it's a keyboard or
3
something?
wides. What is happening? I don't know if you saw that there, but that Ferrari was
the holy cow
almost,
Ferrari.
Yeah, the holy cow Ferrari was yeah. Wow, that's very close. Almost 3 wide there.
For a
second, Ethan, big contact between Ethan and the Mustang. Yeah, no, I think he's getting a bit impatient. Stuck behind him.
Yep. Knows he needs to get past because, Van der Valk is 38 seconds behind, so, he's not going to get past, but he needs to, let's face it, a racing driver wants to get past anything and everybody, so
100%.
It's not in their DNA to try and hold back or accept. Peter, we are looking at Barry in P10. 19 seconds behind Jungen, and he's 5 seconds ahead of Finlay O'Reilly, so doing okay.
He's doing well.
Yes,
yeah, he's doing
absolutely,
well.
Absolutely.
Even to be in the top 20 of this grid is really good. To be honest, even if you're on the grid, it's an accomplishment itself.
Yeah.
Even to be able to finish the race and that, it's really well. I know where endurance racing is hard. I did a little bit in the past on Project Cars 2 on console, and it's horrible. Like, don't do it on yourself unless you're like psycho,
Yep.
Like 2 hours like on your own is hard enough, let alone 4. And if you're even crazier, you can do a charity event which is 12. But I wouldn't actually say I wouldn't even suggest doing it on your own, because that's different breed. Yeah, that's just crazy. I very much do hope that we get this charity event sorted.
Yep.
We can help support people, because I know there's a lot of people that will definitely benefit from that. And we're just waiting on you lot, you viewers, you fantastic people that are tuning in today. We are trying to get as many people signed up for it. That's the reason why it hasn't ran yet. So yeah, that's sort of what we are missing.
So if you're not already on our Discord, !Discord in YouTube or Twitch will get you the link to our Discord channel, and you can take it from there. Horman has pitted. Horman has done his pit. He was bang on. He was 33 seconds stationary, and he was 56 seconds in total. He has done a blinding pit stop. let's see what happens. Everybody else in front of him, Jordan in P3 will be next. He's 47 minutes into his stint, and Tempest, and then there'll be Radionov and Willamot. This is to watch. This is going to be right down to the
absolutely.
end.
Yeah, this is going to be this is absolute cinema. This. I've noticed we've got a fairly large amount of people watching over on YouTube. The YouTube viewers, here you are, all 15 of you right now. If you go into the chat, you can vote for driver of the day. So if you do exclamation mark, vote, or lowercase, and then space, and then the car number that you would like, you are able to do that. And you're able to vote for driver of the day, which will be a very nice thing. Yeah, we'll try and speak with the people that got driver of the day afterwards. But yeah, what do you vote, Mac?
It's a hashtag blame Hayden moment yet again. Jordan is into the pits as well.
Oh.
Tempest is catching Radionov. He's only 3.4 seconds behind. He was almost a second faster in the last lap than P1. So just having a look to see if there's much traffic round about Radionov at the moment. Yeah, not really seeing anything, so I can't think that that's the reason. Oh, he goes very, very wide there to avoid the death curb. That
was close.
That if he was kind of falling asleep, that would wake me up.
Yeah, 100%. You know, yeah, it's one of those things where you really don't want to be falling asleep here, do you?
No, absolutely
not the wheel of these.
No.
I know fatigue can be quite high in this type of racing, but try not to fall asleep, guys, if you are listening.
I know we've got beautiful voices that would put you to sleep.
Oh yes,
in a nice way.
I'll sing you a little lullaby, guys.
Nice.
No, it's yeah, it's just one of these things now where the fatigue will start to be a key part in everything. Trying to see how everyone will.
Oh, Willamot's got 20 seconds. Willamot has got a 20-second penalty.
Wow, that is a game changer. Well, at the minute, he's still third position.
316. That could change everything. So it's been applied, causing collision with slower car. Brakes too late to avoid making contact with the slower car. I wonder. Remember, I said that there was damage on the car. So that's obviously where the contact's been. In fact, we did see it actually. Yeah. We did see it. So, wow, that must surely put Willamot out the race and out of the challenge now. It looks like it can be maybe Tempest and Horman and Radionov. I mean, let's not forget Radionov. But wow, interesting. Again, Radionov taking lots of dirt coming through the curb of death.
Yeah, that's one of those things where you got to keep that car stationary, like through there. You got to keep it stable, because if you mess up slightly, even slightly, through that corner there, and you take too much curb, you're in the wall. You're in the gravel. As we just saw there, Willamot, slightly on the gravel there, unsettling that Mustang. Even though the sheer weight that car has helps it stick to the ground, like you just saw there, he drifted wide and was bumping up and down the gravel like he was on a bouncy castle, you know. Late move there as he overtakes a back marker. I think at the minute his game plan is try and gain as much of a gap as he can to fourth position. At the minute it's 16.5 seconds. But if he can stretch that out to 20 or just over, that'll just really help him gain that third position.
Absolutely, and maybe save what could have been a really good race at the end of the day. And you know, these penalties by the stewards can be appealed. There is a
Ferrari.
Full appeal.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So Tempest down to 2.2. Again, he was 0.4 quicker in the last lap. He is actually reeling Radionov in. Radionov has got a little bit of traffic. Oh! There was a McLaren rejoining just as Tempest came round there, but Tempest can now see that Lamborghini. And again, I go back to what I said before. That sometimes gives you a tenth of a second just in knowing you can see your opponent. It can be a bit soul destroying if you're driving around and you can't see anybody.
Yeah.
Cider is on the back of Casta. Oh my! I used to be able to say this poor driver's name, and it's went out of my head.
Castagnoli.
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 I need to say it with my hand in the air, you know, with the you know.
Yeah.
Oh, it goes. Oh, now that's how to
Oh,
psych your opponent.
Cedar. Lovely move. Wow, that was ballsy.
That was
wow.
That was the way
That
to
took a
do
lot
it.
of courage.
That was the way to do it.
He's flashing the lights back there. That's the Toga Academy driver. Who is that? I'm not too sure.
I don't know. It's not showing up as a livery for me.
Oh, it's a Toga. No, strange. What 164? No, the one behind 164 is.
Oh, it is. It's Castagnoli.
Okay.
MR Reparto coaching. For some reason, the livery's not.
I don't think. No, the same with me. I updated it as soon as we. Before we came into this, and
unfortunately, sometimes the liveries don't get uploaded if there's something very slightly wrong with files or with the information in the files, then it can just mess everything up. Longan coming out of the pits. He'll come out into looks like maybe P11, P12, just in front of Humour. Let's have a quick look again. So, yeah, it looks like Tempest is going to be the first one that has to pit. He's got 15 minutes left on his stint timer. And he's only 1.4 seconds behind.
Oof, that's
He's caught
He's
up.
really reeled him in.
Yeah,
wow.
Absolutely.
Oh my. So with 40 minutes remaining, he is going to be all over the back of that Lamborghini, let's hope. Wow, yeah, and there's only one back marker between the two. This is like Moses in the Red Sea. Let's hope he can just split him as fast as he can. Wow. Almost making contact with that BMW.
Oh, that was
very, very close indeed.
Last of the late breakers there, but so can I say top 4 are on lead lap. Everybody else has been lapped.
Huh. Wow.
The top 4.
Wow.
That is a mighty impressive, and obviously it was the top 4 that disappeared into the distance within a good few laps of the race. So fast forward 3.5 hours later, and there you go. That's Jordan P5 just coming over the line now. Barry Hargan P6 at the moment.
That's amazing from Barry. You know, he's been up there as well. Jordan. Yeah, he's the grey man, isn't he? He's Mr. Grey.
Yep, he is.
In P5. Oh no! Tempest makes a mistake and goes off. Oh,
jeez. Let's have a look at that again. Oh my. Oh, wow. Oh, do you know? I wonder if he ended up with dirty air coming round the corner there.
Yeah.
Wow, that is. Oh. That's got to be the end of his race.
I'm in the interior here watching him.
I'm going to go into TV. I don't see much damage. So sometimes ACC doesn't always show damage, but that car looks quite clean. Kanani, how are you doing? Good to see you in the chat on YouTube.
I lost on the curb.
Yep.
That's what I did.
Yep.
Shame.
I have to say, Crusader, thank you very much for the follow over on Twitch. It's very kind of you. Exclamation Discord gets your Discord link if you want to join. We're PC only at the moment for ACC, and we'll be staying there for a while. R6P Dog trying to convince everybody to vote for a certain car. Zeta, how you doing? It was great to see you racing. I hope you've thoroughly enjoyed your race. Manx doing a good job as well. Do you know, I'm genuinely gutted for Tempest. genuinely gutted. He managed to bring that
Mm.
down to 1.3 seconds, and then that happens, and he's back up to 9 seconds.
Just for the people that are trying to vote, it is exclamation mark vote, and then it's the car number. So I'm seeing a lot of just vote and then something. Oh no, I think you're telling people. But yeah, that's how you're gonna do it. Let's have a look on the Twitch, see if anyone has anything. Hey, we're getting followers on the Twitch. Thank you very much for tuning in, wherever you are. Yeah, I'm very happy to see that we've grown a bit more. This 4 hours have really flown by. So we've only got 35 minutes remaining of this mini endurance. What a way to kick off 2025 season, eh?
Amazing. And the strength of field as well, where we're talking about the top 10, top 20. Qualifying the top 20 were within a second of each other. That's how close the racing has been. And we're looking at only the top P1, 2, 3 and 4 are the only ones still on a lead lap at the moment. But this race isn't finished. There's still things that can happen. Scheider is up into P8, passing Luongo and the 27 Ferrari. So
next up O'Reilly, I guess.
Yep, absolutely. Only 2 seconds ahead, and there's a stream of cars ahead of him, a mixture of back markers and, well, I think...
P12 is battling now for P11. It's very close between Humer and Jongen there. What can Humer do? Can he look for the inside? No, that Mercedes is just trying to tuck in behind the BMW. So he's trailing him right behind him in a slipstream. He doesn't want to get too close, though, because of that dirty air. And we saw earlier, potentially something to do with Tempest, why he made that mistake, as Humer goes up the inside. No, gets cut off there by Jongen. It's Jongen.
Oh, no!
Oh, contact between the two. You know what, though? There was no nothing gains there between the two, but Humer's flashing his light, saying, "What the hell, man? What are you doing? let's keep this friendly, hey?
Absolutely.
Don't crash into me, and I won't crash into you."
Exactly. Oh goodness, we're in a plethora of cars at the moment. P27 Andre is looking to try and get past the 399 Aston of Miro, who has back markers left, right and centre, with no jokers in the middle. If you know, you know. And he goes for the... Wow, that was from a different postcode, that send. He was in safe hands at the end of the day. We had Samuel, who could see it coming from a mile away, and he's nothing he could have done, just let him pass and let him get on with it. But he's getting caught up now with the Aston Martin of Miro again. Let's see if anything can happen from this. This is the main battle. We've still got Humer with Jongen going on, but Tempest 8.7 seconds, still able to come back a little bit, but yeah,
it's still anyone's, isn't it?
It is.
The gap from Rodionov and Tempest have just increased. I don't know what happened to Tempest there. Let me have a little look and see if he made any mistakes or anything. Because it's very odd and unlike him. He just dropped back from a whole second. That was a 10-second gap.
We just saw Humer and Jongen side by side into into turn 1 again. Have to say the BMW M4 doesn't have a huge amount of power advantage over the Mercedes. There's a lot of tapping on the brakes, a little bit of comfort braking I think going on with Jongen there, as he whips the car onto the right hand side, try and get the optimum racing line as they come up. But that looks like the leader that is behind them. I think he's the only Lamborghini in the race, so they will need to yield when they can. Just very, very quickly, blue flags in this game are not the same as Formula 1. It basically tells the driver, as you see, Mercedes going a bit
Humer's gone off.
Yeah.
Humer's gone off.
He was moving out of the way for the race leader, but I think he just... went a bit too wide
Too
with
wide.
it, but yeah, so the blue flag is basically telling you must move when it's safe to do so. Unlike Formula 1 where you get 3 blue flags and then you must be out of the way, as simple as that. So safe to do so means you make the car go round you when it is safe, or you move out the way. Normally we ask at TOGA that you indicate and then move to whatever side you've indicated. But just a little bit there. Finlay O'Reilly in the back of the peach Porsche.
Right, there we go then. Yeah, so we just saw there Humer. He tried to get out of the way for our race leader, Rodionov, but actually outbraked himself and went a bit too wide. Yeah, just very unlucky there. So we're seeing Jongen is trying to... But he's a bit holding up the race leader a little bit, I think, here. But yeah, no, Rodionov is trying to find a way past that BMW. They're fighting it out a little bit. He's defending us slightly. There he is. There's the Lamborghini making the move. And that there has allowed Humer to be right on the back of Jongen now. What's going to happen here coming into the left and right section? It's a long right-hander here going uphill. And we know this is where the Mercedes has the better run. Round the outside, can he outbrake him? Potentially. I think he's done it. No, that BMW gets the better exit. Now it's going to be a drag race downhill. This right here is where the two cars are at the fastest of their speeds. Wow, they're side by side coming into this late right-hander. How late can he brake? He outbrakes himself. The BMW gets the switchback. And it's still Jongen who retains 11th position.
Wow. Mercedes gets a little bit too much dirt there. Oh, it takes your breath away.
It really does. It really does.
It's not like Formula 1 where DRS can become a factor and they just slip past, but yeah, to be able to give, and they gave each other respectable space, which I love to see. I love to see clean battling, but BMW looking a little bit oversteery there.
Squirmy. It's squirmy. Oh, Humer. All over the rear of that BM. He gets it up the inside as Jongen goes wide. It's a drag race, though. We know that the BM is fast in a straight line, but compared to that Mercedes, he's not able to. He gives him the room, lets him have the inside. We can see, I'm waiting for him to come up the inside now. Holds around the outside, but they're still side by side. Wow, this is something to see. So eventually, after 2 laps of trying and fighting and scraping, he gets it by the skin of his teeth. But Jongen isn't done just yet. You can count on him to make the move for the inside. There's almost contact between the two as he almost outbrakes himself. And that Mercedes is pulling away now. So the gap between them is half a second and increasing as we're seeing Humer start to pull away. It was a matter of time before Humer got past, I think. But you know what? Yeah. It was a brilliant, brilliant 3-lap battle.
And it was, and the amount of concentration. Don't forget, these drivers have done possibly 3.5, but they've certainly done a good couple of hours of racing. They're into the last 27 minutes, and then they spend 3 laps literally side by side almost every corner. That just exhausts you. And then if you've got a direct drive wheel, you're fighting against your wheel sometimes, so the physicality comes into it as well as the mental side of the game. Oh no, is that Tempest? Maybe it's not Tempest. Oh, hang on.
We've got a new race leader. Through the pits, Tempest is leading. I was just looking then earlier back there on Martin, but further down in 27th for the battle for 26th is Mitro and Andre. They are battling. It's the TOGA Academy driver trying to fight off the DSRT RJB Solutions car. And wow, yeah, this is close between the two. Why is it now? Everyone's just deciding to fight each other. I don't know. 25 minutes remaining. Oh my, that's close. Wow, making me tense. Yeah, so Miro is all over the back of Andre.
Low 137.
Twitch looking for the inside, up the inside, into the late braking. It's Tim Miro who takes 26th position off of Andre. So that was a brilliant move on Giannis.
Absolutely.
And yeah, you got him.
KS, thank you very much for the £1.99 to vote for 137. It's much appreciated. Yeah, wow. I mean, this is just back and forth. But can we have a look at the timing? So Radionov is 1 minute and 30 seconds into his stint. Tempest is 1 minute away. He's actually in the pits now, just as we speak. Willamot, 49 minutes and is just about to complete another lap. Horman, 21 minutes, sorry. I was reading the wrong line there. Horman is 21
minutes. Going to move on, Barry Hagen. Oh, sorry, I just had to interrupt you there because that was absolutely... For the battle for P6, sorry. Barry just can't keep up with that peachy Porsche, sadly. The Aston's just struggling to find grip. Yeah, no, there's a really late move made under braking by Cedar. Mac, please carry on. I apologise for interrupting.
No, it's okay, it's okay. So Tempest is just out the pits. So we're going to have Willamot will have to pit next, and Barry still has to pit, Finlay O'Reilly still has to pit, and so does Luongo, as well as Castagnoli, who has to pit as well. So it looks like everyone else is pitted. So at the moment, Radionov is, at the moment, your leader on 125 laps. Willamot will have to pit, which may promote Horman. Let's have a little look at Horman, who has got some traffic, but he's scything his way through at the moment. Horman is 10.4 seconds behind Willamot, who is 3.5 seconds. So you're literally looking at 14 seconds between P1 and P3. That's going to be interesting when it comes to the pit stops.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Willamot has got the 20-second time penalty.
He does, absolutely. Yep.
So we need to take that into account. Obviously, you know, what that put him down to fourth.
Big up the commentators too, doing a great job, lads.
And the grey car, who are sitting 5th at the moment. You know, hats off to them. They've got 21 minutes, so they've got plenty of time. As does Cider as well, who's 22 minutes into their stint, so they too don't even have to worry about it. KS, thank you so much for your other gift of $1.99. Big up the commentators too, doing a great job, lads. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
That's Kian Shaheen, the karting driver. I shout out
very much appreciated. We've got Sice's check on Jongen for P10 at the moment. It's a McLaren versus BMW scrap that's going on.
Oh, that's very, very close between the two. Getting very, very bargy between each other. You know what? That McLaren is really looking to take that BM. It's just such close racing.
That's an interesting line the BM took. That's totally off the racing line. I wonder if that was a defensive point of view. And again, he had to brake right at the curb of death. Ooh, is this going to be a switchback we're looking at? No, it looks like CRF. McLaren maybe just a bit underbraked for the last corner, but again, can he hook that? Look at the difference. You could literally hide a McLaren under that wing of the BMW.
Oh, yeah.
Going defensive again for the BMW and sitting mid. This is going to be a switchback, surely, for the McLaren. It is a switchback. Oh, no! No!
Oh,
no!
Oh,
no!
Oh, oh no!
Oh.
Who gets past there? Is that Barry Harkin?
I thought it was Barry. Barry up to P7. Thread in the eye of the needle, as he saw the two cars. So Barry up to P7, which is great. But what is going to happen? So Willamot is into the pits. We now have our top 3 who do not have to pit again. We've got Radionov P1, Horman is 11.5 seconds behind, Tempest P3, 11.5 seconds behind. I think, is Mr. Gray going to take P4? Surely not. Surely.
Potentially.
He's 2 seconds behind. That's
1.8 now.
Yep.
1.8, 1.6, 1.5, 1.4,
okay,
1.3.
This is going to be a 21-minute scrap.
Okay, this is... Why can't we have this much of energy throughout the whole 4 hours? There's about a 2-hour period where there was just nothing. So we started talking about the most random stuff. The last 20 minutes, everyone's like, right, that's about it. Let's just go out there and just go for all-out war.
Exactly.
It's like all of the possible amount of energy we could have had throughout those 4 hours are getting crammed into the final 20 minutes. Like, someone's going to crash out, I think now, and it's just going to be mental.
Barry is
it's going to cause carnage.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, you know, I think backmarkers are becoming increasingly more important now. As the time, you know, Horman's taken a second out of Radionov already in that last lap. So 20 minutes left, 10 seconds. Yeah, I mean, it could be close. Maybe last couple of laps, these two might end up being close together. There's a big gap. Horman is already 27 minutes into his stint, so Radionov should, in theory, have the better tyres.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's just coming down to pit stops now, I think, and that final little push for position. We're seeing Mr. Gray.
Yeah,
he's on his
watching
way.
him.
Mr. Gray is on his way. I'm a poet and I don't know it.
Exactly.
There we go. So yeah, he's 7/10 behind that Mustang of Willamette. He's served his 20-second time penalty already.
Yep.
So that means that where he finishes now is where he will finish at the end of the race. You know what? He played this really well, I think, actually.
He did. Absolutely.
Yeah. Personally, I would have probably been down in, like, I don't know, last.
No.
So the fact that he's up there, and the fact that he's even done the penalty strategy really well,
yeah,
it's actually really clever, because personally I would have served my penalty ages ago and then having to climb it up, whereas he just stretched out the gap up front, served it, and then slotted back into where he was, or one place down. So you know, him and his team have done really, really well, strategy wise.
Absolutely. It's, for me, it's been a very underrated phenomenal drive, if that even makes any sense. You know, they've just plugged away, and again it goes back to consistency. They've just been plugging away at things, and you know, they're knocking in the same lap times as in fact they were 4/10 quicker than P1 in the last lap.
Yeah.
Very tentative at the curb of death, I have to say, but I suppose when you're 18 minutes away from a 4-hour race, you do become a little bit tentative. We are with
100%.
Sidecheck, who has two very angry 296 and BMW behind him, want to take that position and knock him out of the top 10.
That's nothing that you ever want, to be honest.
No.
But yeah, so it's a really nice 3-car train, which is something that we're seeing. This is what I'm saying, man. With 3-car train battling for top 10, it's absolutely crazy. As Luongo is taking the defensive line, allowing Sidecheck to. There may have been potentially a bit of contact between Jongen and Luongo. Oh, it was a late move. Oh my word. And then on top of that, the leader is coming through to lap them. Oh my, what is happening?
This is not what you want to see when you're a leader, when you see these all battling. They don't care about him. They're not looking
No,
at
they really don't care. He's making a move. Look at him. What's he doing? Radionov is making a move as well.
Jongen took absolute brutal and utter knife accuracy to take advantage there, and yeah, I have to say,
an amazing move.
Luongo was absolutely caught with his pants down, is the best way to say it.
Matt Jordan is battling now for P4.
Oh, see?
He's 3 tenths behind him. He's getting this consistency. The Mustang goes wide, though, under braking, and it's a Mustang versus. He just doesn't have that straight line speed to keep up with the Mustang. Sadly, coming into what I call turn 1. Can he get around the outsides?
Certainly go
under braking. They're too wide. That Ford is squeezing him, but leaving him just enough room.
Ooh.
Cuts him off slightly there, but yeah, coming into braking now. The Aston is all over the rear of the Ford. Definitely, like you said earlier, with the Ferrari versus the Ford. That Ferrari was definitely faster under the corners, under the braking, under the turning in, all of that shenanigans. But the Ford just had the power, had straight line speed, and is able to get past. And this is definitely what's happening with this Aston too. You know, the Astons like to be able to brake hard into the corners and are able to really just pivot the car and go. Whereas the Ford is just like, brake 10 meters before you get into the corner and then bang. Like, you know, that's sort of what it's like to drive a Ford.
If anyone isn't sure about what we talk about, rotation of a car, please watch the next few corners. Jordan has got such a rotation in that Aston Martin in comparison to the Mustang. You can just see he can get that car turned and pointed so much easier than the Mustang can, and that is why he is now 5 tenths behind, but he was 2 tenths a couple of corners ago. KS on YouTube will depend on where the leader is at the time, but most likely once it goes to 0 it'll be at the +1 lap, but it just depends on where the leader is for that to happen. But this battle, I did say it's going to go to the end. 14 minutes left, and at the moment, some more back markers who are literally driving into a different postcode to avoid this battle, because you do not want to get caught out in this.
What is happening? What is happening in the past 6 minutes? Okay, I'll put this into comparison. In the past 6 minutes, okay, we've had Matt Jordan try and go for 4th position. We've had a 3-way train for cars that were all battling for the top 10. Then on top of that, we had the race leader trying to get them. We also had 2 cars battling for P20 and 19th or something like that. Mm-hmm. We've had 4 separate battles, or 3 separate battles, and then the leader trying to overtake them all whilst they're in a rattle in 6 minutes.
Yep, it's utter chaos, and I think this goes towards how close the battling has been, and how close and how fast the driving has been as well. You know, there's Radonov 141.9. 141.4 for Horman, who is now only 7.8 seconds behind. We could see Horman catch the back end of that Lamborghini just about the last lap.
We're also seeing Barry Hagen. He's 4 tenths down on Jongen, and he's 4 tenths down, looking to take P8. Barry just outbrakes himself there, which allows. That's not a lapped car, is it? No, it's not. Very strange. I don't know. But yeah, no, we're seeing Jordan now 4 tenths as well, right behind Willamot. As we were saying just then, he's looking comfortable. I think he's just trying to buy his time up in front of that Aston. 12 minutes remaining. It's literally anyone's race still.
Now they are coming up to another Mustang, TOGA Esports Mustang. So can Jordan do something spectacular here and use that back marker to his advantage? Let's stay on board on bonnet cam. Just misses the apex there. Doesn't disadvantage him, but it just means he's not carrying as fast as he could into that corner. As they sweep right, you want to avoid that curb on the right hand side. It is going to absolutely unsettle the car. Straight up, you need to pick your braking point, normally that marker back there, or the start of the curb. Rotate the car around, get on the power, but be careful because cars love to oversteer as you come down here. And again, they're not catching that Mustang ahead. I don't know if that's Barry that's maybe ahead of them. There's a couple of TOGA Sports, but you can see the Mustang having to brake a lot sooner. And look how well Jordan catches
Ben
up with
Knights
them.
is a legend and
Aston Martin is a
subscribe
really
to the
beautifully
channel.
settled car. A touch of brake, get the car rotated and on the power even before you hit the apex. And I'm surprised that 50 marker board is still there, because that normally gets destroyed in the very first lap. So kudos to everybody for not doing that. Now we can see he's under the wing of the Mustang, not getting a aerodynamic advantage, but he's not losing. So again, a little look up the inside, maybe just to try and unsettle Willamot. And look, so close. It's almost touching distance, but he just cannot get it. Now from this position, watch what I mean about rotation. Look how much more pointed that Aston Martin is in comparison to the Mustang. And that is why Jordan is on the back end of the Mustang. He's just got rotation on that car. That setup is clearly working for him. And again, so close.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's so close. And yeah, with 10 minutes remaining, we're still seeing everybody battling throughout the ranks, throughout the positions, throughout the grid. It's phenomenal. Oh my god, didn't even say it then. Right, it's phenomenal. It's just so breathtaking that you fumble your words, and because there's just so much going on, you're so into the racing, you're so into everything, you just get excited by it. It's just pure motorsport at its best, and it's pure racing. If only I could commentate in a real life one. If this was real life, I'd be going even more nuts.
Could you imagine? We'd be jumping up and down, hugging each other, and
oh, absolutely,
just so giddy with it. But Sidecheck has managed to push himself up into P10, and he's 2.8 seconds behind Barry Hargan, who is on the case of Jongen. Trying to unsettle the BMW driver. We don't really want to take our eyes off of Mr. Greyman, Matt Jordan. He is not quite close enough to do anything. But
not yet.
So this is part of the whole thing. A very quick shout out, Daredevil GG, thank you so much for the Prime subscribe over on Twitch. Thank you so much to Ben Knights for the subscribe over on YouTube. And everybody who's following us and liking us over on TikTok as well. You'll see drivers diving either side of the cars, but they're not making a move. But what they're doing is they're trying to, at the point of braking, the last thing you want to see is something out the peripheral of your vision moving, because you feel you're like, oh, what's going to happen here? And that's why they do it. They try to distract the driver ahead of them by moving into their mirrors, and all of these cars have got a rear-facing camera, so in real life you'll be able to look without having to look in your mirror, and you can see how close the car is behind you.
Yeah, that's one of the things that really helps with this racing. It really just helps being able to see who's behind you, but it's very much as well a psychological thing. I've talked a lot about psychology through here. It's almost like potentially a psychologist or a therapist or something, but no, I just know a couple fancy words, so I make the most of it. But it's definitely one of those things where racing is very much a mindset game. You've got 7 minutes left on the clock. Jordan knows that Willenot's gonna be looking behind him constantly, because the gap between Willenot and Tempest is what, 20-ish seconds, 30 seconds, right? No. Yeah, 26 seconds between third and fourth. So what's going to be happening here is he knows that there's no chance he can catch up to Tempest. So the best thing he can do is stay where he is. So Jordan is going to be thinking, okay, how can I get past him? I'm the only car that's close enough to make a move on him. I can get him, really. So the best he's going to do is he's going to back off, which is what he is doing now, to get out of this dirty air, get some good laps in. And then later on in the race, in the last couple minutes, I'm expecting Jordan to bunch up back up to Willamot and try and make a move on him once more. But yeah, it's definitely very much a mind game, because Willamot is seeing that Jordan's pulling away and pulled back, and he's thinking, if he's got the chance to pull back and he's got the confidence to pull back, that means he's got the confidence that he'll be able to catch up to me again. So yeah, having that rear view camera can really help you, but also damage you at the same time.
Absolutely, there's nothing more distracting than seeing that pop up. Like I said, you know, it's out your peripheral vision. You're so focused on your braking point, your turning in point, your acceleration point, anything, you know, it can just absolutely distract. It's the same as if someone was to take away one of the braking boards. They say don't use those as your braking markers because they do get destroyed, and then you have to figure out what on earth you're going to do. So it's better something that's not going to be movable. Definitely don't use shadows because the sun moves and all that kind of stuff. But if somebody changes something, it just puts you all wrong. As we see, Junior has got past Ethan Davis up into P19. So hopefully Junior will be quite happy. I have to say, Jongen is now has 2 cars behind him who are quite happy to take that position for P8.
Yep, that's the that's the way the cookie crumbles, really, with racing at the minute. It's definitely take what you get and take what you've got, and you know, Jongen's happy at P8, Barry's fairly happy in P9, but you know, 4 tenths between them, that's close. I'm just looking back there, P10, P9, and P8 are all together. So it's Sizek, Hagen, and Jongen all together in the 3-car battle, really. And the back marker comes into play, going down now. So Barry in the Aston, can he make the move on Jongen?
Yep,
he has got a better.
Yep,
he has got a better drive out of the corners. You know, that Aston loves to get the power down.
McLaren
lots
in
of
front of them.
Lots of dirt coming up.
Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Oh no!
Oh,
Barry!
Barry, wow! What? The McLaren's buggered off. The McLaren has gone off.
Oh, I would do the same, to be fair, if I seen Barry coming up behind me.
I think he's just said, you know what? Screw this. I'm not going to get myself involved. I'll only make enemies.
Exactly.
Wow. Yeah, that was very, very close. Not nice, that.
I have to say that was.
Oh,
wow,
Barry!
Wow! There's all kinds of situations going on in this battle. Horman is down 6.5 seconds, but with only 3.25 minutes left. Again, I thought
Junior
down. Yep.
All on the back of Ethan Davies now for the battle for P19.
Oh, they've swapped places.
Where is this battle coming from? Where are all this?
Wow.
It's wow.
Junior's something's happened. Ethan was actually behind Junior. I thought it was a done deal. Oh, the McLaren is on the back bumper of that.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, he got damage.
Ah.
Oh, but Sites is all over the back of Hagen. What can Hagen do? Coming into what we call turn number 1.
Yeah, not 2, it's 1.
Oh, almost
contact
between the... Oh, there's none though. I don't think so.
I don't know. I think it was just the closest you could be.
Yeah, the closest you could possibly get. This is how close they're wanting to be. This is how much they want it. What can he do now? What can the McLaren do? This is the battle for P number 9. I feel bad for Barry at the minute. He's trying to chase down P8, but he's also trying to regain his like dignity, really,
yeah.
and hold his place.
That McLaren just looks more nimble. The Aston looks like it's tired. It just looks like it's had enough of the race, and you can see. I mean, you know, Barry could go, you know, into P8, or he could go into P10. You know, it's just a gamble when you're trying to make a move and you've got someone on your backside who's trying to make a move as well. As you can see, McLaren nips in and inside, but just a flash into the mirrors, maybe just trying to distract Barry from that. It's going to take more to distract Barry than that, but you can see he's caught up a little bit again. Curb of death, beautifully navigated by all 4 of the cars, and Barry's trying to get a decent drive.
Oh, that McLaren is late on the brakes. Blimey. Wow, that was close. That was probably the most British reaction I could ever have. Wow. My British accent is really coming out here. Yeah, wow, that was absolutely amazing. That's so close on the brakes. Going into the final corner, almost making contact with the TOGA Esports car. Luckily, he didn't. He looks for the move, decides to back out of it. It's not time yet. 1 minute left on the clock. This is the final lap. Let's have a look where our leader is. Halfway through the lap, so we'll have a little look and keep an eye on there. But the main eyes are on the battle for P8, 9, and 10.
And I have to say, like, you know, you don't want this in your in the last couple of laps. You know, Peter actually said in the chat, YouTube chat, that these tyres Barry is on are 1 hour 30 minutes old. That's not normal. Absolutely not normal to try and push these tyres. As you can see how close McLaren got yet again. McLaren seems to have the braking advantage. I don't know whether Barry's brakes are maybe done, but oh, that looks so much more cinematic than it was.
So the clock is almost 0, and he's crossing the line now. So your winner of today is running off. He's done amazing. What can Bart Argan do? There's contact in the final corner. It's drag race to the line. And it's Jongen who finishes P8, Hagen who finishes P9, and then Zizek who finishes P10. Wow, what a 4 hours. What a race. That was mega. There's nothing else you can say to that.
That's
just mega. It was
so impressive.
that was probably the best race I've ever commentated for.
Wow.
To watch. That was great. I've commentated for a fair amount of races, and that was probably the best one I've watched.
Amazing, absolutely amazing to hear. Can I say, having known the Northern Irishman for quite a while, there'll be a few choice words been said in the voice chat between him and Peter. Just with what happened, we see Mitch Sterenberg taking the line for TOGA Academy in the Nissan. Yeah, I mean this was amazing race. Battles almost all of the time, but to have battles continue right up to the very last lap, that is, for me, it's impressive. And that's
it's definitely the best way to end a race.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. We are going to have a little look and see if there is anyone. Oh, somebody's got a 30-second. McInerney has got a 30-second penalty. I'm just going to have a look and see. I wonder if he exceeded the time, the driver time. I'm just going to have a look. Oh. So there was, car number 1 was disqualified. That was a little while ago, and that was for intentional wrecking. I don't think there's any other way of saying that, but yeah, so that 30 seconds at the end is probably game given rather than steward given, and it could be for going over your driver's stint time. So, yeah, if there are any drivers, we'll take a couple of folk if you want to jump into the interview waiting room. Otherwise, I think Rio and myself need a strong drink and some meditation music or something to calm us back down. Just amazing. Like, I mean, I said wow when you said it's got to be one of the best races you've ever commentated on, and I know that you've commentated on a lot. So, did you have a hype before coming into the race today about what it would be like? Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. Hmm. I can only apologise. I was the only person that heard that because I didn't have I didn't have the Discord on, so everything you just said has only been heard by me. Yeah, I am so sorry about that. Repeat it word for word. That would be awesome. Give me a second. Give me a second just to get the correct one. I cannot believe that wasn't on. And that's why they didn't hear you earlier on when you were doing the walkthrough of the start of the grid. Bear with me a second. If I do... There we go. It's that one. Okay, they should be able to hear you now. Yes.
Just test. Hang on, yeah, you can hear me?
You
Cool.
can, yep.
Right, there you go. So, do you want to repeat your question for me, Malcolm, or just do that again?
Did you have any thoughts about how the race would go before jumping in?
So, when I first came into this, I thought 4 hours, it's a long time. It's tough. It's going to be tough to sort of keep the excitement going. At the start, it was like, really hyped up. And my main idea for it was, how can we keep this to be so exhilarating throughout? Because, as you go through it, there are going to be some boring times where everyone's spread out.
Yep.
And there were throughout probably halfway through the race at the 2 hour mark.
Mm-hmm.
The pit stops were kept everything really tactical, and that was something that really helped, I think, grasp the utter brilliance of the racing and how everything was moving so smoothly, let's say.
Yes.
I want to just point out as well, no red flags today, which is really good.
Exactly. Yep.
Do you know what? I don't want to say anything, but I've never commentated for a race in Togo where there has been a red flag. So every time I've been on the mic, there's never been a red flag.
Okay, right.
That's
so
lucky.
there we go then. That's a challenge accepted to every driver.
Oh God, no! Watch this now. Watch it now.
Oh, scary biscuits.
No, yeah, it was great from start to finish. There were, like I said, some slight boring times, at some point, but it picked up, and at the end, 3 cars all battling for 3 positions. It was absolutely emphatic.
Yep.
You couldn't write it at all. You couldn't write it. Yeah, and nobody actually improved on those 3 positions, but it was a drag race to the line between Hagen and P10, and it was just amazing. Definitely, probably the best race I've watched with my own eyes, and
amazing.
For sim racing and commentary on.
I have to say, from my point of view, I've done a few endurance races now with TOGA and even championships that have been 6 races long. And I commented on it earlier, Owen Cripps and Kiko Gallo fighting to the last lap of race 6, and nobody knew who was going to win until they both crossed the line. It makes our job easier because there's abundant excitement in the race. So we build from that. It's just so good. But we do have call him a special guest. Yes, he is a special guest. Hello, Mr. Hayden.
Yo, sorry, I've got a really bad microphone. I'm on my laptop, so
Okay.
I do apologise. I'll keep myself short and sweet. That's what the wife says anyway. So I just want to say a massive thank you to you guys. That I've been in and out, but I've had the stream on literally all day, and I've not been bored once. So please don't say that because it wasn't boring. It was really good fun to watch. So yeah, firstly, thank you for that. That was really, really good. So thanks. Secondly, just the amount of people that actually raced, like finished the grid with what 35, 36 cars out of 40 odd is really good.
Yep.
For 4 hours. Normally you see quite a few more people drop out because of crashes or whatever, but to have that many people finish and the driving standards not too bad. I think we had one DSQ right from the race
near the end as well.
Near the end, but stewarding, we had 12 tickets raised throughout the race in 4 hours, which that's pretty darn good in ACC. So
yeah,
we've had a lot worse in 60 minutes, so let alone 4 hours to have less than that. So yeah, massive thank you to everyone involved. Stewards, to the crayon guys, as well as you two commentators. Honestly,
of course.
Mac and Ria. I think I know Barry's up there in the interview waiting area, but I think we do have a new best two commentary pair.
There we go.
Been
Gauntlet has been. I
set.
did say at the start. I did say I think I put it in the Discord that whether Barry's time as the best commentary duo.
Yeah, it's gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to run before he actually comes in here because he can actually join this channel without being dragged in. I'm going to run away before he hurts me. But yeah, guys, don't keep it too long because you guys have been, your voices have probably needed a bit of a rest. But yeah, thank you very, very much for what you've done today. Really appreciate it. And thank you all who have been watched and supported the channel. Thank you.
No problem at all, my friend. And we'll
No
catch
worries,
you
mate.
later on.
It's never a chore.
Okay.
Right. Should we get Barry in?
Yeah. Let's. I don't know why I can't do things properly. Okay. So, are you wanting to respond to that first of all, Mr. Brundle?
How do you feel about that personal
Hayden, I'm not impressed, Hayden. We're gonna have to have words about that.
Oh, I'm telling you, that's controversial. Wow.
After that race, oh my word.
Are you a sweaty mess?
They can't hear them apparently.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, can't hear him?
No, apparently.
Can't hear me?
Not on the Twitch.
Yeah, it should be able to.
Something wrong with your Discord audio?
No.
When was that? Oh, no. I think that was old when...
I think that was when you were talking and no one could hear you. So, sweaty mess then?
A little bit. I think the last 4 laps, that us 3 cars occupied about half a second of space the entire time.
Oh, it was amazing to watch.
To be fair, I had a run on the BM down the main straight, but he swiped right, and I had to back out before he hit me. I think he thought I was going to dive to the far right, and I didn't. I was planning to stick him on the inside.
And I always thought that swiping right meant you liked people, but it's obviously not the case.
I don't know. Well, we didn't take tires on our last stop.
I know it was Peter that came in and said you were on an hour and a half tires.
So we did a stint, and then we had like 17 minutes left.
Wow. And
I'm like, it's not a fixed stop. I ain't taking tires. No. So we saved 21 seconds on our pit stop.
Amazing. That's what I call strategy.
And that's the only reason I couldn't get that BM. My tires were too old.
I could see it. I could see you struggling.
It was more trying to make that Aston as wide as possible.
Yeah.
Because that McLaren was
all over your rear, all over it.
Well, it was nearly clean for the last 4 laps until he did what he did.
Yeah.
But he let me have it back. So all's fair in love and war and all that.
Exactly. The right thing was done.
If he took the space, I'd be fuming.
But I did say that I thought there might be some Northern Irish slang words being used.
Whenever the contact happened, yes, but once he let me have it back, I was like, okay, fine.
I mean, can I say, like, I know Callum and Jordan didn't have a phenomenal race, but like you and Peter, you know, just dependable, reliable. You know,
we didn't put a foot wrong,
no,
really.
no, and that's why you're, P9.
The only thing we made like minute mistakes, but like
yeah, they didn't cost you though, so that's the main
no.
thing. And it's a top.
No, like it's
top
just
10.
just a strike the field. Oh my word!
Oh, like
Like,
top 20
I
were
was-
covered in a second.
A second
Me-
in quali, yeah.
Me and Peter both smashed our personal bests in this track,
God.
and it still wasn't good enough.
Oh my God.
For like the top, we before the race we were like, oh, we could maybe get a top 5 with this current pace, and then everyone else came in to qualify, and we're like, maybe not.
No. I know.
Well, you got up to the top 10 in the end, so
Yeah, that's what
Exactly.
I said. I said if we get a top 10, I'd be more than happy. This struck the field, and we did. So
Yeah.
oh
Yeah.
my word, that was hard.
I know Peter's in the chat just now, so that was some move in the back marker. I'm just going to say that now.
Which one? There was a few.
The one where he literally drove his McLaren into the barrier to get away from you. The BM had it was the tight right-hander before the curb of death, and the BM had got past the McLaren that had just come back on track, and you literally, it was like, I'm coming, and if you're not moving...
Oh, yes!
Uh-huh.
Yes. I'm not normally like that with back markers, but at that point I was that close to the BM, I was like, I am following him through.
Did you see what happened to him afterwards? He just
No,
went off the track.
Oh, did he?
Oh,
You went up the inside and he just went, screw this. I'm
There
turning left
there
then."
were a few interesting sends on back markers to keep up with the pack. There was
man.
one. I don't remember what corner it was, but I lunged from a different postcode. It was a bit risky, but I needed to because I was right behind another car. I was like, I need to follow it through.
Absolutely, it is what it is. That's why it's racing. You know, you need to be confident, and it's when you're not confident, and it's a kind of, like I said earlier on, it's almost like a dad dancing with a daughter. It's so awkward you don't want to look at it. But
I had full confidence in the car. like the setup we had was incredible. You could just throw the car about and it would live with it.
Amazing.
So that I would just throw it wherever it needed to go.
Brilliant. That's amazing.
And it generally lived with it. So it was. Oh, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was fun commentating on it. It really was. Like,
it was. I was just saying earlier. I think that race was probably the best race I've ever commentated on.
It was a good race. It was a clean race as well from most people.
Yeah, fairly clean as well. Yeah, a little bit of drama throughout, but if you don't have drama, what's the point in racing? Eh?
Yeah, there was a couple of TOGA cars coming together, so need to see how that happened.
Oh dear,
But
I was just about to say you are the first TOGA car out the entire grid. So
yes, I thought that, but I wasn't sure.
Yep, no, you are.
Because I don't quite know what happened, but I know Jordan did drop it at Cheetah, I think, at one point.
Yeah, it was
unfortunate. It's easy done. I nearly did. If I took that curb anymore, I was dead. I bounced off it.
It's been renamed that corner. It's now the curb of death. That's what.
Yeah, no, I bounced off it. If I'd taken any more of that curb, I was gone.
Oh God.
And there was many times Peter was just like, ooh.
And Callum was P12, so finishing ahead of them, that's an accomplishment within itself. So
yeah,
right, you go and get yourself a strong drink and certainly a shower as well.
I have to go for a drive now.
IRL. Oh no, well, go for a shower because I can smell you from here.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
Right, well done, Barry.
This is one half of the best commentary duo over and out. See you later, lads.
Mic drop.
Don't you forget it. See you next time, lads.
See you later, Barry. Take care.
Bye.
Oh, wow. Man. Wow. Like Hayden said it himself, but it really does mean the world to us commentators. to be here for 4 hours and have such a strong viewership from all platforms, having the people interacting with us on chat, having people, subscribe, follow, throw sheep, things like that, it's amazing. And I certainly, from my point of view, I can't thank you enough. If you weren't watching, we wouldn't be here. So absolutely. And yeah, I think I've earned a drink tonight, so I'm going to go and have a drink. But as always, I'm going to leave you in the most capable hands of Rio for the finishing words. And until next time, take care.
Right, yes. So today was very, very eventful from the get-go, from the green flag getting dropped, where we saw a grid of probably about 45 cars all send it on the same racetrack. Just absolutely, it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. That's the only word you can describe today. What a way to kick off the 2025 season for the Mini Endurance Championship. So, yeah. Thank you very much for all tuning in tonight. We hope to see you again very, very shortly. We do have the Rookie Wednesdays, I'm pretty sure, on Wednesday. Maybe, I'm not too sure. I'll have to check that. You can always find the details in the TOGA Discord channel or in our link tree. That's where you can find the link to our Discord. Until then, we wish you good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Thank you very much for tuning in today. We are TOGA. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.